Mr. Stoob, how you doing, my friend? Thank you for popping on. Obviously, I've got a bit to do today. Obviously, I normally stream in Pico because obviously Mr. Pico's a very good friend of mine. Obviously, there's quite a lot of good friends and that. Mr. Stu, I was glad you're on. Yeah, sorry I missed that stream, 8.5 hours stream. Bloody hell. I think I'm trying for the Guinness Book of Records, you know. I am. That's no exaggeration. If I had your address, sir, I would have sent you a little thank you, but obviously I haven't got your address on Discord, on your own Discord thing. I've sent Mr. Worms a thank you. Obviously you've been really helpful, and I appreciate when people are really helpful. I pay back like the same way as what people do to others. So if you are willing, and Mick is not my real name, by the way, because we don't give real names. I don't give real names out. I know a lot of people's real names, and I respect them because obviously they don't want to be called by their name. I always go by, I'm old school, so I tend to go by handle names like I did back in the days when I had a CB. You know, it was back in the early 80s, everyone's had a handle name, bit like what they do now. At the end of the day, some people like to be called by their names. Fine, that's absolutely fine, you know. But the trouble is, if everyone knows your name, then bit like Andy, Swindon Electronic Repairs, then you get hammered by everyone calling you your name. And the trouble with Discord, it blows up very quickly on Discord, and then that's it. So you know, obviously, I can imagine if Falcon got hold of that name. Mr. Hot Cows knows my name. I will get hammered. Literally, will get hammered in the Discord team and on chat. So that is the reasons why I don't give my name out. Obviously, some people have got my name, but they still call. I prefer. I mean, if you find, I mean, Mick is not my name. It's part of my email address that I use bogus because obviously there's too much of a. It's too much personal identification. Everyone wants to broadcast and put everything out on the social media. And social media is not always your best friend. Trust me. I know what it's like at the end of the front. So yeah, if I had your details on there, I would have sent you a little card and a thank you. But I haven't got your details on that front, so I can't do that. So yes, I missed out on that. What a great bargain that you managed to find. Also, I looked up because obviously in the mornings it's quite hectic for me because I'm running around trying to get everything done. So really, it's normally roughly around about this time, about 1ish, that I've ever got everything done. So obviously 8.5 hour stream, I didn't finish about 10:30. I was absolutely slaughtered. I had to go to bed, so I knew I had to get up very early because I had some jobs to do and some tasks to run around. So yes, hectic, very hectic. Obviously, some people's lives are more hectic. No, good, thank you, pal. No worries, my friend, no worries. At the end of the day, I do appreciate, like I said, with a lot of things what people do, they try and help out as much as possible. That's fun. But yes, obviously, I was in my local supermarket. I was just having a coffee. I was sitting down. I was watching Mr. PCDD with his repairs while I had a bit of a 5-minute break and things like that. So yes, obviously he had to pay the import duty on the item, which is the power brick. Yeah, stung him a little bit there. I mean, obviously he's been stung for about £60. Mine's going to be a lot more because I paid £20 more than him. So mine's going to be in the retail when it comes here. Mine's not going to be 60. Mine's going to be roughly around. I'm rough guessing. It's going to be roughly around about £74 on top of the 160 I've already paid of the power brick. So it is what it is. It's not a lot we can do. We can't moan, but you know, on that front. But yeah, there's no need for that Mick. I see where your channel has grown, and like you said, it's not your name. Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, but yeah, I'm going to be stung just as much as probably a little bit more than Mr. PCDD with his power brick, and then what I can do, I can sell this one, the rock seed. The rock seed is actually a good power station. It's actually quite good, but it's not powerful enough. Obviously, the max cranking amps on this is only 5 amps compared to the one I've just ordered. And once I paid the import and duty taxes, that goes from 5 all the way up to 30. Now that makes a difference. Obviously, if you need to crank up anywhere between roughly around about 25 to 30 amps, that obviously the other machine can do that. And when I looked closely, for what I read, the other one's obviously got a built-in buck converter, where this one has got like, it's not as powerful. These power stations use buck converters. I know that for a fact. I've not opened this up because it'll break the warranty seal, which I don't really want to do, because I do want to sell it and claim back some of the money that I spent on the other one. So obviously, when you're doing this type of line of work, yeah, I love to help out you guys as much as I can. So no, sharing knowledge helps me. I totally agree. But obviously, like all my great followers, I do like to say thank you and send them a little gift and a thank you card on that front. It means it means a lot to some people, because like you said, it's all about helping the community, and you've been very helpful, just like Mr. Pico. That's why me and Mr. Pico really get on like an house on fire, is because, like you said, it's as much as I love helping out. At the end of the day, I do a lot. I do a hell of a lot for charity. So far, I've just raised, I checked the total figure for what I've raised for charity, which is actually, I'll show you. Let me grab it. I'll show you how much I've raised. I don't think the guy's actually. Who's that? Oh, don't know who that is. Not for me. I don't think the guys actually know how much I've actually raised for charity, because I don't normally broadcast it at the end of the day. But I'll show you. And so I'm quite proud of what I've actually sold on that front. To do preferences, settings. Let me see if I can bring it up. There you go. This is no exaggeration. This is in total how much I've raised, what they've got out of me. Obviously, got no information on there. I've still got 1900. I've still got items listed, right? But that is how much I have raised for charity for so far. I've raised that. I don't normally broadcast it, because I'm not one for boasting how much I raise for charity. I'll just continue what I've raised on that front. So that's what I've raised so far on that front. So they do quite well on that front, but it's good because it feels like I'm giving so. Now that's not on. That is literally on 90% of all charities on that front. So it gets split off. Obviously, that money then goes off to different charity events. So yeah, I don't normally broadcast it because I'm not one for boasting. At the end of the day, you know, it is what it is. I just like doing my job at the end of the day. So, but they're happy, I'm happy, and it makes great content. Obviously, so obviously I'm never going to be as big as some YouTubers, but obviously we all start off small, like all small icons, and you gradually grow at the end of the day. Obviously, Mr. Pico last night got his surprise when he didn't expect a £500 bottle of brandy, very expensive brandy, from his employees for again doing a good deed. I mean, he gets paid for his job. He's doing. I don't. As me as a volunteer, I do. Actually, it's my way of saying thank you for what they've done for me. So yes, I don't. Like I said, I don't normally broadcast it, but just goes to show. Good deeds mean in certain ways. Yeah, it's probably better to do it that way. I know you won't pay tax on it. Well, it don't. Not for. You don't pay taxes for charity. It's exempt at the end of the day. So, which I'm still raising money. So that ain't stopped, obviously, on that front. So what I want to do, I want to charge my thing up, and I can't find my charger. Right, obviously the battery's nearly flat on this, and I was using this for that. No, I mean Pico's. Yes, on Pico's gift. Yeah, exactly. Yes, he's absolutely legendary, Mr. Pico, up front. So can't praise enough on that front. So what I want to do, I want to raise this up, and then this is going to be 12 volt 1 amp. So I want to raise this all the way up. Well, it's on 1 amp, so just need to raise this to 12. Which is cool. Let it finish, and then we can raise her. Hold up. Now, is it on one side or the other? There you go. I read it wrong way. Now we're pulling 0.45. Now, is this read the right way or the wrong way? We'll soon find out. Can I call you Mister? No, that way. So what we just get a flashing, we just get a red light. Obviously it's charging up. And we are cranking all the way up to 1 amp. So yeah, that's charging up. So good, we can charge that. Is that on 12 volt by any chance? It is now. It's all the way up to 12 volts. I'll put it on 6. I'll crank it up slowly because obviously I don't want to crank it all the way up. I'll crank it up, yeah, because it's just under the 1 amp. That actually might be better. Put it on 6. They're normally about they're normally about 5 amp, 5 volts on these. There won't be a lot. Yes, he is in the UK, mate. Yes, I mean he's there, yeah. Yes, Mr. Pico is. He's from somewhere up north. I've got his location. I won't give it out because of people don't want to give personal information out. But yes, he's somewhere up north on that front. So I thought, obviously, I want to. This yesterday, I couldn't finish this off because this has got a better keyboard. Comparing this one yesterday is absolutely crap. I mean, this is my own. I mean, obviously, the keyboard on this, it feels really tinny. I love Simple Tech. He knows his own. He sure does. Again, this is my point exactly. I've always believed that if everyone's good at something, at the end of the day, mine really was to put into computers. I mean, for what Mr. PC DD's doing, I used to do that. Yeah, he's in the UK too. Yeah, I haven't got his address. I didn't ask for it. It's none of my business. It's only down to people if they want to give it, then fine. You know, it's up to on that point. But yeah, he's in the UK too. So yeah, having a look at Mr. PC DD on that front. What we need is a big computer fair, and then we can all meet up. That, do you know what? I've always said that, right? Because my passion, I've got a passion, right? Everyone has a passion. My passion is that at the end of the day, when I grew up, obviously weren't great, but late 70s, early 80s. Now there's some people on there, some of us what they call Gen X's, and I'm a Gen X. I fit in the Gen X region. Obviously, times were tough. And I'm not saying on there. I used to love going to him. Now the downside to there's a plus side and there's a downside to it. In the 80s, obviously the late 70s, early 80s, when a lot of them were growing up at the time, which I was fortunate enough that I grew up through that era. The times were hard. Obviously, these type of computers was very expensive. The average the average Speckturm. This is a Speckturm Plus, so these would have retailed at £299 at £300 in the UK in the 1980s. These didn't come out to mid 80s on that front. Obviously, by then the Commodore 64 was out, and they started doing Ataris. It was about the same era. It was about probably a year or two later the Atari ST come out, and then a year later after that the Amiga come out. So they was all near enough on top. If you look back at the history of the gaming consoles and the computers, a bit like this, they was virtually about a year or about a year and a half apart from each other, and it grew massively. It spiked because in the 1980s, obviously these things, people couldn't afford to go to the arcades. This was it. These days, the VCR was the cheapest VCR in the UK. Mr. J-Fix, thank you for popping in, my friend. We just talked about the old days, which we love. Mr. Stew was actually going on about, wouldn't it be great if everyone could have, and I totally agree, if we could just all meet up in a massive place somewhere and we all brought our tech out, basically, and all set up, that would actually be brilliant. You know, and you think you've got all the top YouTubers, everyone would be in there. That looks old. Yes, this is one of these have got a problem on the board, but I can't get the schematics on this, unfortunately. So I can't. I think it's the transistors. There's two transistors, and they're completely stripped off the board. So someone's done this and they've ruined it, and I can't get the schematics to do the jumping points on that front. So yeah, Mr. Stew was actually going on about, wouldn't it be great if we could all meet up in a massive warehouse or something and all had our models and we all put our computers out and we all broadcast it to the public and they all can come in. Retro events are quite big. Believe it or not, that's one of the aspects that retro never dies at the end of the day. And they're big events. There is a big event in the UK. It's unfortunately, they're too far from me to travel. At the end of the day, they're always up near Manchester. The best places to go are the retro events in Manchester. They have them once a year, and they have everything. It's actually in a hotel in the basement, and there's obviously different rooms with different events going on. What is that model? That is, my friend, the ZX Spectrum 48K Plus. So, obviously this one. So yes, this one's got. I've got to open it up because I've got a wasp open. I'll show you the trace damage. This one was working, but it's obviously got, the keyboard's not great. So what I want to do, obviously this is my working one. I've done a mod on this. I've done a composite mod, but these boards are very, very finicky. So I've done a composite mod on that, so it gives off a nice clean video signal, because these don't have audio. It comes from the actual speaker itself. But I want to change, obviously, that one had a bit of damage on there, it looks like it's been, but these keys are very, very tinny and they're very loose. Well, this one is much better, much better. So what I want to do is keep this case, because obviously you can see the difference. The colouring scheme on this, one's faded and one looks really good. This one looks good, this one looks faded, and it's got a bit of damage at the bottom. So what I want to do is, I want to swap all these keys out. But 8.5 hours I was streaming yesterday. I think I was trying to go for a Guinness Book of Records. I'm buffering. It might just be... No, we're fine here. We're not having any issues. I've got it on 1080, so I won't broadcast any higher than that, because I know I can stream at 4K, which I do have. I've got really good internet connection here because of my modem. I've got a 50 meg. I've got a 50 meg connection on my broadband, so I don't have any issues. I can stream at 4K because I've done it. No, it's buffering here as well. Oh no, retro. No, it's buffering. Seems to be okay with mine. Yeah, I'm not having any issues. Let me have a look on. Let's have a quick look. I'll go on to the. Let's have a look. Oh, for bloody crying out loud! It's always the same, innit? What is it with YouTube lately? Let's go live. Yeah, you're right. It is buffering. Wow. Oh no, it's fine. No, it's buffering. You're right, guys. It is 100% buffering. I'll keep an eye on it. Let's have a look to see if it still does it. No, it's for me. It's really bad buffering. No, it's fine here, and I'm streaming and I'm watching on mine, and it didn't buffer. I know you've been having some issues, Mr. J Fix. Let me check me OBS settings. Let me just go into it. Bloody hell. Let me go into... Let's go into... Would it be actually... No, actually, let me try to... Let's go into OBS settings. Oops. Buffering. Let me go into the OBS settings and I'll have a look to see what could be caused. Oh, bloody... Why is it? I mean, it's always a way, isn't it? Do you know what? I don't know about you guys, but I really hate technology. Audio, video. Let's have a quick look. Output. Bitrate is down to 8,000. Thank you, Mr. J Fix, as usual. I'm going to put it down to 7,000 bit rates. I'll lower the bit rate down to 7,000. It's on 8,000. I'll lower it. And apply it there. I've lowered the bit rate down to about 7,000 on that. So, took it down. I don't know what's going on there. It's fucking spiking all over the place. Oh, I tell you what, she's enough getting hot. That's not right. Let me lower that down a bit. Yeah, that's getting hot. That's really getting hot. I think that's what's causing the issue. I'll let this cool down for a minute. It's a bit on the hot side, that. See, that's only cranked at 1 amp. I'll tell you what, let me turn that off. I've lowered the bit rate. Tell me, I found some schematics I shared on Discord. I'll tell you what I need, Mr. J Fix. The model that I'm having issues with. There's obviously models, model 1 all the way up to models, the model 6. The one that I'm using is model 6, 6A. The one on this one that's got the bad transistors and it's got the issue is the model 4, the model 4S. Is it model 4S? Model, I've wrote it down. It actually says the board is a A4S. That's the model on this one. It's got, I can't find it. I'll have a look at the schematics in a minute. I've lowered the bit rate down to about 7, so hopefully that might take some of the burden on that and see if that actually helps. It's a bloody OBS, absolutely joke. Okay, you know, it's bad enough trying to set up that Steam Deck. That give me an headache. Hold up, what was I going to do? I think that should be fine on that front. Let us know if you're still having issues. Let me just go on the Discord and I'll have a quick look. You're right. We got issue 2. Right. I can't use that. It's an issue 2 board. So the issue. This is what I'm saying. There's different issues. You've got issue 1 all the way up to issue 6. The one that, on this one that's gone bad, the layout's completely different. So you wouldn't know where it went on the board. So my one is a 6A, which is fine. It's absolutely, there's nothing wrong with it at all. I'm not even going to try to recap it because I'll end up delaminating the board. This one obviously has got delamination on the transistors. There's 2 transistors next to each other, but the transistors are apart, but they're sort of been near enough running in parallel. but there's no traces. It's completely all faded away. But they've got to go somewhere, which I can't find on the board because it's too badly damaged. So the issue 2 won't give me the right reading. So obviously there's 1s to 6. So this one is obviously a 4S, A4S, which is bloody frustrating. And that's what I ran into. I couldn't find it. Aussie, I did read your comments in there. Yeah, and it's disgusting about that. I heard on the radio in Bondi Beach, 15 dead. Absolutely, they broadcasted it on the news, and they showed you that little young girl. She was only 9. It was really heartbreaking. Absolutely cannot believe it with these people. They're really gutless wonders, I'll tell you. I'm going to put it up 500. I'm going to put it up 0.5 milliamps. I think 1 amp is drawing too much on this. Oh, for crying out loud. Now the bloody thing's come out. Oh no. Well, that's not great. Yeah. From 9 to 87. That's really bad. I spoke to my sister. She obviously lives in Cairns on that front. And, yeah, really, she said, like, you know, absolutely. It was the Jewish community. They was having a big party on the beach. No, it's just flickering. You don't like that for some reason. I don't know if this has gone faulty, you know. She's not warm. They shouldn't get that warm, these things. I'll turn it off. That was the ages from 9 all the way up to 87. Wow. Heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. These are really gutless wonders. Obviously, fine on an unarmed person. There was no need for that. That was totally unprovoked. Yeah, kids, beach party. There was thousands of people there. I've been to one of them parties. Some of my friends are actually Jewish, and they are. I worked. Obviously, I used to be a pest controller back in the early days. Obviously, I'm going back about 30 years. But yeah, when I used to work in the Jewish community near Golders Green in London, they obviously they have to have pest control because it's part of the law. Even though they might not have a problem, you still have to have it, and they have to give certificates. So I was working for a big organisation at the time, and do you know what? I literally love them. People are very, very polite. They are so polite. They are so warm. They made us feel such a warm welcome. It felt like you want to be, they treat you like family. Literally treat you like family. And it's such a shame to actually see the harmonica party, which they normally have, the Jewish community all get together at the end of the day. And yeah, it's really heartbreaking. I've got to admit, it's you got people like that. Wow. Oh yes, retro new. Sorry to hear. Yeah. Yes, this is the type of society what we live in. I don't know why people are so cruel to each other. I mean, I really don't get it. But then this is what happens when you've got gun laws, obviously, for things like that. Lucky enough, that's one aspect in the UK what we've never had, like the Americans and other nations. Obviously, I've got the right to bear arms. Obviously, the Americans are really known to right to bear arms because it's in their constitution. Yeah, it was a father and son situation. Yeah, it was very sad, very, very sad. I just felt my heart really poured out to them. Literally poured out to them. I thought, like, them poor people didn't ask for none of that. Well, this one's bloody wedged in here. Great. How the friggin' hell am I going to get that out? Yeah, it's like you said. You honestly think that you move away from the UK because of all of the yeah. There's a lot of very tight on guns. I mean, like you said, to be totally honest, I went. My friends got. I went to a gun club. It wasn't in the UK. It's in France, but you still got to have a firearm license. Now my friend is obviously what's name? Dave, Mr. Dave. Yes. Yeah, my friend. Obviously, he's got a gun license. He's got to have a small firearm. He's got to have a firearms license because obviously pest control. Obviously, he's got like a form of slug gun which you got to have a firearms license in the UK. They're really hot in it on the UK. God forbid they are. I see the paperwork involved. Oh my God, you've got to make sure that it's in a proper lockable cabinet. The cabinet is bolted or concreted into the floor. It can't be in a wall. It has to be in a concrete floor, reinforced with padlocks. It has to have alarms. I mean, that is the gun laws over here. Because again, get caught with a firearm in the UK, literally is anywhere up to about 5 years and above with a firearm. Now, regardless that may be imitation, because obviously if they call if they call the firearms people out, the police, because they've got their own department, you know, it's not worth it at the end of the day, and it's obviously definitely not worth for something like that. So obviously different places have got different rules, and obviously he took his firearm license, and we went to France when I was doing the D-Day. It was a little while ago. It was a D-Day landings, the 30th anniversary of the D-Day landings, and fantastic. It really was great to go if you've never done it. Yeah, I've had a gun license in the UK. I used to do clay pigeon shoot. It's the same thing. It makes no difference because that's classed as a slug. Obviously, there's slugs on there because they're just individual pellets. But again, dangerous. It's, you know, mucking about. Anyway, as we went, obviously the French have got more relaxed rules more than the UK. So we went to a proper gun range in France, somewhere just off from Dunkirk, on that front. And yeah, there was about 6 of us. And we was even though I haven't got a gun license, you've only got to have one that's got a proper gun license, and it has to be in a controlled environment. You're allowed to fire the firearms. Obviously, it was a place that obviously it's a sealed compartment. There's nothing else around. There's targets at the bottom, and there's about 1,000-yard target, but you can bring the target closer if you can't shoot it. And we tried all different guns. There was about 6 guns that we tried on that front, and we had a Winchester, a Magnum. There was some form of assault rifle. Don't ask me the names of these guns, but I know that out of all the guns, and there was a Glock on that front. And out of all the guns, believe it or not, guess what? I couldn't hit none of the targets, right? And I've got it all on film. This was, like I said, it's going back about 30 years. So I've got it all on VHS. That's how bad it was, because we never had mobile phones at the time. So as I'm filming on one of these old, big old cameras on that front, I couldn't hit the target at all. Absolutely useless. Well, out of all the guns I fired, the best gun that I managed to hit the target, and I got it near enough spot on in the centre, was the old Winchester. So you have to pull the handle down, wrench it up, and there was only like a little small bullet. I couldn't tell you what type of bullet it was. Absolutely, I was spot on with that Winchester. I mean, bloody hell, I'd have been alright back in the old 1800s times on that front. I can see why they use the old Winchesters. Nice and light. Obviously, some guns will give a kick. I didn't try the Magnum because the Magnum was too powerful. It had to have an extension on the arm because you couldn't. Obviously, it looked like a Dirty Harry gun. This gun was about that big, but it had to have it had to have an extension which had to be strapped to your arm because it would break your arm, and it was again by the law. How was the West was one? Yeah, absolutely. But I couldn't believe it. I mean, out of everything else, the absolutely gun that I fired I was more accurate with that, and I went, wow, I'd have been right in the Western times. Couldn't believe it. But you shouldn't play with guns anyway. Full stop. Obviously, They're there for a reason. But I've never fired one in my entire life, so I thought it was a little bit of an added bonus. But we had to be supervised, we had to be watched. We obviously, you don't act like idiots acting with guns, even over in France. So we had 2 supervisions. We got told by how to handle the gun, how to load the gun, and make sure that certain guns will give off a kick at the end of the day, which they did. But we was there for about an hour. We had a bit of fun chatting to people. I didn't expect that, to be honest. It sort of made our holiday a little bit. Yeah, it's just a shame that the selected few nutters change it for the rest. I'm afraid it does. At the end of the day, like anything, if you have anything, even an imitation, right? If you have an imitation gun, right, they will call the arms. They call the armed police in the UK, right? Even an imitation, it's a serious offence because it's an imitation of a firearm. And like I said, minimum sentence on that is 5 years. It could be anywhere from the minimum, and just it'll be unlimited from the on that point. Just for on that point, you know, even for imitation of a gun. But to actually have a firearm, there's no getting away from that. You won't, you know, straight away they'll probably say, no, sorry, you can't have that. That's definitely an imprisonable thing. Oh, I've got to take that off, ain't I? Oh, for crying out loud, I haven't on. Got to take these bloody things off. It's a shame, like you said, you'll always get it. But then saying that, right, London is obviously, I don't know that Sadiq Khan can actually say London is the safest place at the end of the day. Crime rate in London is astronomically gone through the roof. These ain't having it. And obviously, this is why people like Mr. Ozzy have probably said, I've had enough of the UK, I want to get out of here. This is why my sister's left. Moved to the Australia. But you think you're moving into a safer country. All right, crime rate is... I'm not going to say that crime don't happen, because it's everywhere. But you're going to get some places that's a lot lower than others. Obviously, the UK is not... It's definitely not up there. You heard what Mr. Donald Trump said at the end of the day. I've never known a mayor to actually be so naive to actually saying is, you know, knife crime. How can you say that London is a safer place to go? That's not the case. Yeah, there is a difference in this keyboard. Yeah, get a compound bow. They're cool. I've never seen one of them. I've never seen one of them at all. Are they the little compact ones? I think you're talking about the little ones you pull back. Right, now this is the one that's obviously got trace damage on the board from the transistors. Now, I don't know if Mr. J Fix is in, but the issue that I ended up having was this right here. Actually, what am I mucking about? I keep forgetting I've got the bloody E-Kings camera, because every time I seem to touch this poxy camera, it just plays up. So let me see if I can bring the E-Kings in and I'll show you. Where's the... God... the E-Kings. There you go. Let's see if we can zoom in. No, that even the E-Kings is played. I reckon it could be that, you know. There you go. So let's see if we can zoom in. Right. Now, obviously, the issue that where is it? Where's the problem? Yeah, I think it's here. Let me see. Right, if I point my finger, right, and then I can point it over. It's here. There's the issue on this. So the issue what we've got badge trace. So if I give it a little bit of light, you can see the problem it's got. It's absolutely been butchered all around that transistor area. Now, obviously, this is the model A4S. Now, them traces are so badly damaged because this is the trouble with these boards. They're double-sided, a bit like the Ataris. The only downside is I can't find where that goes for where that transistor splits off onto the directions. Otherwise, what I could have done was put that on and then soldered the legs and then soldered it to the next point of where that was supposed to go onto the board. Because that's the only problem it's got. Which is absolutely mad. I owe 3 revenues. What's that? I owe 3 revolvers and 2 compounds. Bloody hell! 3 revolvers. Bloody hell! Are they the 19? Are they the 1800 ones, Mr. Aussie, that you end up having? Yeah, that's cool. My mate's got one of them old ones that he plays with. He's played with it with powerful bits, powerful bits off it. Tried to track down the trace. I can't. That's just it, Mr. Stew. The trace damage on that is completely all gone. Underneath the board, there's a small section. It's completely just worn away. I can't even find where it goes. It's too near the IC chip, and I can't see where it goes. Splits off. Recurve bows. Yeah. Yeah, they're nice. Actually, I've seen them old revolvers. They're actually worth money, some of them, you know. So the issue that's got, which is a bit of a bummer, because like I said, I can't find where that transistor goes. What revision of this is it again? This is, my friend, it is, the revision is a A4S. That's what's on the board. It's saying on there. Issue 4S. It is an issue. Let me type it in. I'll type it in on there so you can, just in case, because obviously, just in case there might be a little bit of a delay or... There you go. If I can find out when that goes, I can revive this board. But I can't get it. I've really looked, and I'm not bad when I come to find things, but obviously I can't come across that at all. It's really hard to find the revision. The board damage is too much. Whoever's done it, it's really damaged it badly, big time, that front, which is a shame because obviously now this is obviously my one, which I don't want to. Now, how am I going to do this? Because I'm better off doing one at a time, ain't I? Discord. Thank you. Oh no, Mr. Worms is... Good afternoon, Mr. Worms. I'm glad you're in, my friend. How are you? Did you hot glue it? Get the hot glue out. Literally, thank you, sir. I was waiting for that command to come through. Hot glue it. I started looking at that Atari again. The soldering iron is working again. Yay! The soldering iron is working. It's got a mind of its own. It sounds like mine. You don't know. Mr. Worms, I think I was aiming for the Guinness Book of Records last night. 8.5 hours. I was absolutely slaughtered at the end of the day. Obviously, I had to be up at 6, so I didn't get much hours sleep because obviously I had to go meet my governor because Mr. Pico wanted the item that I was going to put on for eBay. He said he'd buy it, so I had to go and drop the money off to which he paid into my account, so I could drop it off to my governor. So I met up for a coffee and a chat. So obviously I had to be there because she gets there for 7 o'clock. So at the time I got me washed and shaved and sorted the dog out, I had to dart off. So I was really late. Yeah, 8-hour stream. Yeah, I think I beat everyone else's on that front. Not sure if it's the same one as J-Fix, but it's a Rev 4. Yeah, there's a Rev 4 and there's a 4S. So the one you got is a 4A and 4B. Now, the issue that... Let me open it up. That's actually... The good thing is about owning like a tablet type of phone. Now, the issue that I've got is the transistor. But I think it's different because there's different revisions. And the board set... And I didn't know this. The board is set out different on the revisions. So sometimes the speaker could be over here, or it could be up, it could be further up, which I've known it to be on these ones. Now, being the 4S, the transistors, which are these things here, are moved over next to the IC chip. But on the 4S, they're further down near the ribbon cable. This is the headache because you can't trace it. You need an identical one, then I can know where that can go, what part I can go to, and that's the idea of having these things. Oh, that dog's dropped one. Oh my! Sorry guys, I've got to get some smellies out. He's really dropped one there, big time. Let me go. Whew. He's really let one go. I need some smellies badly. Yeah, that do. Get the Febreze out. Bonson, you can sit there while you just thinking that it's obviously... Don't worry, I've got the Febreze. So I've got the Febreze out. Oh, do you know what? When dogs go, they really go, don't they? Oh, Jesus. God, gee, that was bad. I could near enough taste that. That is very unpleasant. And that was definitely not me on that front. So yeah, let me have a look at this, what Mr. Ozzy sent. Hopefully, let's open it back up. Oh, this is clearer. Yeah. So what issue is this? The 168. This is the 4A. I'm just opening the train. I'm trying to look for the transistors on this board. The point I want to get to here, where these transistors is. So obviously, we got TR4 and TR5, right? And this is where the damage is, right? Hold up a minute. No, that's the 6A. That's no good. No, that looks like the 6 region. See, again, it's different. The board's set different. See what I mean? The transistors on that's on the 6A. Even though this says the 4A, right? This is the 4S. The transistors are completely different. They're spaced apart. And this is what I was saying about earlier on, about different revisions. And it's bloody hard to try and get a revision. Now, on that model you just seen, you actually did say that's a 4. That's a 4A. Now this is being a 4S. The transistors are apart. Now that schematics you've seen are literally like the 4S. They're side by side. They're in parallel with each other. These ain't. These are actually, you can actually see it. I've got one here and one here. And this one's damaged. Where obviously it's too much damage underneath. I can't see which way this splits off. Because they've torn literally a big portion underneath where it's been delaminated. And that's a shame because that's where the trouble is. It can't put, these are getting hot when I power this up. The power is getting straight to that transistor because it can't branch off. So that's the problem I've got. Yeah, that's about as far as I know. Yeah, I can't see if there's any no 4S. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, without owning another 4S, I can't find where that branches. The 4S board is an issue of the 4A and the 4B variant, but made by Samsung. Was it? I didn't know that. It's typically has the same circuit and the minor components, but they're like the difference, like the ULA chip and composed to the Model 3 Plus. But the trouble is, the problem I've got, Mr. Stu, is that these are the schematics, right, which I've got. The issue is right here, right, where the damage is. This is where the damage is. With this right next, this is the ribbon cable, which is the slot, which you can see right here, right. So this is the slot where that goes. But right where these are, there's only one transistor and the other one is here. They're not in that parallel region. Now, the 6A is exactly the same as what the 4 is. Now, this is the 6A model. And when you look closer, which you can't see, look at the difference. These are in parallel with each other. Now, the 4S, one of them's down here. These two are in parallel, the same with this 4. So this being a 4A, and this being a 6A, I would say that's close. That these two run in parallel, and that's where these TR4 and TR5 goes, and that's exactly what this is, the TR4 and the TR5. Then I know roughly what that would branch to, and where, if that was damaged, then I could use this to actually know where that would go next onto the part of the schematics, which I can take a jump. I can't do that on that 4 and that on the more 4S model because it's completely laid different. It's not even the same. If you have a look, the models are actually, if you put them side by side, which this is one thing I love about putting stuff side by side, the layout is completely, it looks the same, but it's slightly altered. Obviously, you've got all of the diode, you've got all the resistors, the capacitors, the resistors and the capacitors. But the only thing that's changed on this one is that the ribbon's same, right? Because for what I can see on here, we've got a diode that this one's got a resistor. So there's a diode, we've got a diode there on this one underneath. This one don't have. The diode is completely, we've got two diodes. We've only got one diode here, and we've got another one running in parallel. So there is all variations of knowing where this goes on the board. Obviously, this one will show you where it branches off, because obviously you could see it. So I've gone through the layout of the versions of it doesn't exist, yeah, basically. And that's the trouble that I've got with this board. The only way I'm going to get around this problem is to get another 4S board, right, that's not been butchered. And literally to try and find the damaged trace of that TR4. This is the TR5. The TR5 is this one here. It's not in great condition, but it's complete and it ain't been ripped. This TR4, this is where whoever's damaged it obviously butchered this by trying to put another one in, because these go bad. But what they've done, they've delaminated all underneath, and I can't see any of that section, and I can't see where it splits off. Remember, it pulls in the direction of the PLA chips, obviously the IC chips here on these. So one of these branches off that goes onto one of these resistors, and I can't tell where, which is a shame because I can't fix this one. But I reckon that you have a 4S ever, yeah, is there only 4S ever made? Yeah, well, that's it. Obviously, the issue 4S models, these do exist, but obviously the schematics, or that schematic that you pulled, is looking more like an issue 6A or 6S, because it looks very similar of knowing where, which that will come in handy for mine, because this is my one, this one's working. So if I ever do get an issue, I'll keep that schematic for this, because that normally would give an issue, and then I could see where that would go to this point on the board. If that ever goes bad, I could then thinking, right, then I know where to take that leg from, and then I can branch it to the next component on the board. This one I can't do, unfortunately. There's 3 legs. Obviously you're going to have a Drake, gain and source on the leg, on these ones, on these transistors. So 2 of these are going to be active. One's going to be obviously going to be the earth point. Now the earth you can get away with by bridging it anywhere on the board, but the other 2 lives I'm not going to be able to pull, because I won't know what component. The top leg might go all the way up here, and or it might go over here. The bottom leg might be pulling down here somewhere on the other resistors or diode side. Again, I can't tell. It's too badly damaged underneath. So without the schematics, I can't fix this one. It's just unfixable, and it's a shame, because it's probably just that's stopping it from booting up. Because when I boot it, it just gets red hot. So, which is one of these things that this is what happens when you're dealing with vintage stuff. You can't do a lot with them. So at least I know that 4S that you got on there, the issue 4S, looks like it's the same as the 6S's. Exactly the same. It's got the exactly same layout. It's got the same IC layout. I would say that is more like a 6S layout, because again, I've got all the ROM chips, the bank of the 48K ROM chips. We've got the 2 resistors, which we got on here. We've got the layout for the other part of the keyboard. We've also got all the resistors layout. We've got the RF shield layout. We've got the PLA chip. We've got all the banks up here. So I would say this is more like a 6A that will fit this board 100%. So that will help me of knowing if I have an issue with the transistors of where I can pull, because obviously on this one the problem I've got is right here on these transistor side. So these 2 are identical. So I would say that 4S is more like the 6S to me on that front. Mick, on the link I've seen, there's so many different versions. Let me have a look. It's a shame, because I would have liked to have got that going, but without the bloody things on it, there's not a lot you can do. Let me go into Mr. Stew and have a look. Stew. Well, if you put it on my Discord, look, there's so many bloody Discord links. It's unbelievable. Let me have a look. Hold up. Where's mine? General. That one's the 4A. Stu, what part of the Discord link did you put it? Oh, God damn. Did you put it on my Discord link? Because I can't find it on there. Oh, I see. I've got it here. Right, here we go. So what we've got the schematics and PDF layouts. So we've got issue 1 all the way up to issue 6A. Right. Now the only ones it's got on there, isn't it typical? Have you read this? Right. So the issues that you've got with the Discords, right? You've got issue 1 PDF, right? Issue 2 schematics layout. Issue 3. After the issue 3, then they come out with a 3B. Then the issue 4, it come out with 3 lots on the issue 4. Well, actually, there would have been 3. On there, it's only got 2. Sent an image. I'll have a look at that image. And issue 5, obviously, got the schematics. And issue 6A, got the schematic. So, out of all of that lot, the only one that is not available is the issue 4S, which they have not put on there. What is the bloody chances of that? Right. So what we got on this one? Let's have a look. So we've got issues. What is this one? 4S. Right. Here we go. So what someone's done, it's a bit blurred now, so that's the only thing. That's the only image I've got. But the trouble is, it's not in detail where I can see where it goes. Now, obviously, that's what I need. What I need to do is see where that branches off. This is what I was saying earlier on. You've got the source draining gate on these, right? So basically, the third pin's always going to be a negative, right? The middle leg's always going to be a negative leg. So that will go straight to the end leg of the IC chip, which it probably will, because that would be the earth point. One of them will go to pin 1 to the IC, but I'm guessing, because I can't see where the damage is, and it looks like it will, unless it goes to the ribbon. I can't tell, because it's too damaged. And the other pin, the top pin, next close to the capacitor, I can't tell, does that bridge off to T, because this is TR4. This is the trouble I've got. It's such a shame. If I could have just got the underneath as well as the top view, 100% I could sort it. Apparently the 4S is closer to the 3B. Right, well that's interesting. Let me have a look then, if that is the case. So Mr. J Fix sent that, which he's given me a top view, but yeah, it's really... So let's go to Mr. Stu and have a look at... This is the only thing with vintage gear. Absolutely gives me an headache. Oh yeah, I've got to look at that at some point. That's a good thing, bringing that up. There's motion at your front door. Huh? What's it on about, stupid thing? Oh yeah, Mr. Stu, that's another thing. I'm glad you're in the chat at the end of the day. Who's that? I don't know who that is. We've got also the Nintendo Wii U guide. The EMMC guide fix at that point. Obviously, you've given us a link of what you could try to non-destructive thing by system format reset, back up your NAND, and you use system settings to restore. Obviously you're going to need a P code for that, which I've got a P code on that front. Let me see if that's on the other one. So there, there's a couple of things I need to address. So right, what did you say? It was the 3B. Did you say the closest is going to be the 3B model? Yeah, the 3B model. Let me have a look at the 3B layout, the schematics. Now this is issue 3B. So let me have a look at the... Oh, for crying out loud. This phone is really touch sensitive. Right, this is the issue 3B, right? No, same thing. The layout is this. It looks very similar, because again the TR4 and the TR5, but it's obviously not the case on there because the 4S's are apart. They're down. They're actually pulling down, and that's what I can't get. Which way is this supposed to go round? It's facing the right way, because one faces towards it, one faces away. Obviously, one pulls and one pushes on that front, but again, even that still don't tell me where that branches off. Obviously, looking at the TR4s and the TR5s, it's really frustrating. Without schematics, you can't guess because there's too much trace damage. See, this is what you want, more schematics on that front. Swindon Electronic Repairs, buffering is... oh, Mr. Swindon, are you buffering as well? I did lower the bitrate, my friend. Everyone's been having... What's going on lately? Everyone seems to be having buffering. I lowered it down from 8,000 to 7,000. Now, I've not touched this. It's like I said, I've not touched it at all. Right, Mr. J Fix has sent another one in. Let's see if we can find... That's what I love about Mr. J Fix. He's absolutely a legend, just like Mr. Pico. So again, the point... Now, obviously, this is what you need. This is what I was trying to say. The point board under here has got a massive damage section. It's delaminated. It's took a whole bunch out. The downside is I could do jumper wires if I just knew where the transistors go. So obviously, what you've got to try and do, if I take this board out, and I'll show you, it'd just be easier. It's got to come out anyway. So let me take the board out. And then I can try and compare it and roughly know where that I'm looking at on the board. Mr. Swenson's having buffering issues. I don't know what's going on with OBS lately. Bloody, for Pete's sake. Okay, it's just restarted YouTube. It seems to be okay. Oh, thank God for that. YouTube have issues. I know they do. It's like, you know, you don't have to touch nothing. It's either OBS or YouTube. I've got a 50 meg connection, so I can stream in 4K. You know, I shouldn't really have to lower my bitrate down any further, otherwise it gets start getting grainy. I mean, obviously I was streaming for 8.5 hours last night. I went a bit overboard. Obviously I had to be up at 6. I didn't have many hours kip. Right, so this is obviously the 4S board that I've got. So I'm going to follow to see from this type. I mean, it's a good thing having a bigger phone so I can get to see more on the actual thing. Let's find that resistor and it can point me in the right direction. So the issue I've got, right, I want to get it around the right orientation. So speaker, right. So hopefully I might be able to use this. It's not the best of quality, which is on that front, but if I can find that transistor, the transistor is going to be roughly around. See, look, this is the issue I've got with the. Let me show you guys first. The jumper wire someone's put, obviously they've bypassed the transistor. You can't do that, so that's got to come off. But this portion has got a big portion around here that's missing with all traces. So I can't see where that splits off. Or obviously you've got 3 legs on the transistor. I can't see where they go because there's too much trace damage, and that's the trouble. So by following on this, I might be able to use this as a guide and get a rough idea to see where this goes. Ignore the wire. So if I can try and follow, I wish that picture was bloody a little bit clearer. That would have been absolutely brilliant. That would have been legendary. Because I think that would have fixed this. I could then put jumper wires actually on the transistor and then give it a go. So it's, oh, for crying out loud, I've only got to touch this bloody phone. It's really ultra sensitive in touching. Right, so the top part that we got, the transistor's here, and I would say, rough guess, that this is the transistor section right here. That's the transistors right where these go, the 6 points, and it looks like the 6 points. So right there is the 6 points where I need to be, but it's just not quite. I was near enough there. I could have actually near enough tasted that. The picture was a screenshot from another video, and the best angle I could get. Do you know what? I would say that's about 80% there. If that was just a little bit more clearer, that is the transistor that they're talking about. Obviously, this is the one transistor. The other transistor's over here. So obviously, this is the one. It's obviously the trace damage is too bad. So then I could actually see what that comes off, what pin, where that's located, and where it branches off. Well, obviously, there's a massive section here that's been wiped out, and I can't see where it all goes because it's too much. So, and again, what pins go into where? Because obviously we've got 6 pins here, and on this one it looks like 2 of them, I can't quite make it out. The 2 pins of the transistor, we got 3 legs. It looks like it's going to the bottom. Well, on here looks like it's going to the top, which is not right. So straight away, that's wrong straight away. So that transistor's in the wrong location, but I can't quite get to see what else does that pull off. It's like, I'm near enough there when I thought I might be able to just take that leg. Obviously from that point, what is that supposed to be bridging to? Does that middle one go up to here? Let's have a look at this one. This is looks like this is where the problem is, right here. This is, it does. It looks like these 2, right? Well then so that 2 there then. So but where's that one go? Does that go to this one? So that one goes to that one there. So that leg's got to go be soldered to there. So I've got, it looks like I've got to put a jumper wire to this one, right? Obviously, because that one's obviously too damaged on that pad. Hold up a minute. Where is it? See, that's what I can't get. They look like the top ones are not being used. So the top ones are not used because they look like they were spare holes. So obviously that looks like that's got to be shifted over. It looks like that's what I'm reading. So that end one goes into that end one. Then let's do that. I'm going to give that a go. I'm just curious. I'm grasping at straws, but I can't see. I've sent more images. It's just frustrating because obviously this is stopping it from booting up because obviously the issue. Let me boot it up. I'm going to take that out. I can't damage any more of that because obviously the transistors. So one, they have put that transistor in wrong. I'm just hoping it's not burnt the transistor out because I don't think I've got any of them with the transistors. So we'll take it out, but I'm gonna have to need a jumper wire. Right, but where's my solder wick? I didn't expect to get this one fixed. To be totally honest, I would have just ripped this one off. It's a shame. I don't know if that's actually damaged any of the IC chips. I'm just hoping it ain't. So first things first, I'll leave that jumper wire where it's got to go, but I'll take these out. Flux first. Where's the flux? Flux. So obviously the issue we've got is that one, and that one. Let's put the fume extractor on. I don't know why, it just fucking blows it towards me. So Mr. PC's got to pay £60, so mine's going to be more. I've not had mine yet. It's still that's a good fume extractor. Don't breathe in a load of flux. Yeah, that's took it all off. This is what damages these boards, you know. Good soldering on, though. Fantastic. Not when you're breathing in a load of fumes. I wasn't going to stream. I'll always wait for Mr. Pico because obviously he's got to do the things, but I want to get this done because otherwise I'm not going to get around to doing it. Right, now the issue I've got is if I plug a little bit of it, I might be able to pull that out. First things first, I'm not touching it, I'll burn my fingers. Let me grab a pair of pliers, pinch your nose, and I'll just apply just a little bit of heat. Because the heat can have transfer quick on these. Oh, bent the pin up on that one. See, that trace is gone on that. See how quickly that trace can be burnt off. And that one's gone. I can see it. This is the issue that you got with Speckturms. These boards are just like the Ataris. It's a frigging nightmare to work on. Yeah, she's out. We'll keep that one there. You see, that's got a little bit more. That's out. That is out. Not ideal. Jesus, that is a... Let me see if I can bend the pin, straighten the legs up on this transistor. It's the only one I've got. Just hoping it's not fucking butchered. I might be able to use that image and see if I can only give it a go. I think I've got a rough idea. Obviously, I couldn't do anything without that. Let me see if I can clean some of that up around here. And then give it some IPA and clean it up. It's really badly damaged around here. Really bad. Ouch. Yeah, it's took some of it. See, that looks like that goes to that pin now. So that looks like that goes to like another pin on that TR4. This is what I said earlier on. One of these goes to one of these legs. It's obviously got too much bloody damage done to it. Let's just have a quick water test. Quick water test. I might have to get some more. Where's my jumper wipe? I think I've got some jumper wipe there. Give me a minute. I think I know where it is. I can use some of this. Obviously, this is wire wrapped. I might be able to use some of this to actually jump it. It's very small, but it'll do the job. You know, these don't pull a lot of power. Now, obviously. Now these transistors, obviously this has got to be facing, you can see the curve, it's got to be going towards it. So it looks like, I think it has to go. I think it has to go like that. Oh, no, hold up a minute. No, you're bending the leg up. Yeah, crank. Don't break the bloody leg. It's the last thing I want. Well, Mr. Swindon, by the sound of it, you've fixed the, you actually fixed the Xbox. Managed to get it sorted out. Now the middle leg is closed, so that needs to be opened up straight away. So we've got an issue there. Looks like the bloody... Let's have a look. Let's cut this off. Bit more flux. Looks like the middle, the pin, the middle leg. Looks like it's got solder or something stuck under it. I can't see it. That fan's not doing nothing. It's absolutely just making things vibrate. Now she's gone through. Cool. Right, now it's at the right end now. Right, so let me show you what I've done. Now, obviously someone bent the link, put the legs in wrong. So we've got the transistor pointing towards the way it should be pointing. I put it in the original spec. So one of that pin looks like it goes to there, but obviously I need to find where that goes to, because it not only pulls on here, it also pulls on the other sides as well, because it's a double-sided board. So obviously I need to find what pin this goes to. Does it go to here? You know, what is that connected to? Because obviously it looks like there's damage here. It's been really heavily damaged, and I can't see. That pin there looks like, let's see if I can try and find where that was. Yeah, so that leg there looks like it pulls to this leg, right? So I can put a jumper wire onto that. That then goes to all the way down. If I follow this, goes along here, goes, looks like it pulls over to this coil. So one of that leg straight away, the leg on that one, the end one next to the cap, points towards the coil, right? So that's not a problem. I can put a jumper leg from that point to the coil, right? Because it looks like it goes straight to that coil or to that inductor leg there. So it's not an issue because I can point it to either one, but it's right on the blob on that corner of that coil. Now, I've got that sorted. That's on one side, which is on here. Now the middle bit, and that's what I was going to try and have a look for. So that's one sorted. The other one is sorted because it goes to that point towards the speaker. Then the only issue I've got then, it would be, it looks like that then would go to that. So I think I've got a rough idea where these go. So I'm going to give it a go. I've got nothing to lose here at the end of the day. It's just give it a go. Plonk a little bit of solder. I need to put a little bit of solder down on that one and on that one. And a little bit of a jumper. That's what I'm trying to have a look at on the... I've got near enough 90%. So basically, for what Mr. J Fix has sent... Oh, for crying out loud. See what I mean? You've only touched this thing. So the issue you end up having is... That then goes to that line. Right? Goes off. They all look like they all go to the same line. If I'm following this right... Right? They branch on multiple lines, but they look like the earth of the leg, because all three of them, right, they're all pointing towards, I can't see the rest of the picture because it obviously branches off, but it looks like it points towards the coil. Because the top part of the leg is separate from the bottom. obviously like the circle, you can't see properly on there. When you're looking up here, the circles look like they're completely separate to the bottom. Because I can't get a clarity of the picture, it's about the most I'm going to get. But all three of them, right, all three of them legs go to the exact same solder point, which then goes all the way up to that inductor coil, right, which is right in the top right hand corner. And then it branches, that one then branches all the way up again on the, if I'm reading that right. So all three of these legs, they're all pointing, right? Except for that one. That one don't. These two do. Sorry, pal, I didn't see you posted it before me. So it's bloody fucking frustrating. I think one branch is off. They don't all go to there. I can't see on the other side. Yeah, the circuit diagram. I think what I'm reading on here, I mean, it's a guess because again, I can't get the clarity. It looks like because there's damage around here, right? And I can't get a clear picture on this. But again, even though these legs all look like that one's separate to this because that's what I'm reading on here, and then the middle one is separate to this one, but all the negative legs point straight up to on where this wire goes, right? Obviously someone's bypassed, but obviously they bypass this coil, this transistor, which you can't do because it's not pulling the rest in circuit. So it's obviously, that's why this transistor is getting red hot. So what it needs to be done is, it looks like, if I'm reading that right, this one be soldered to that takes it to the earth point of the speaker, and then these two, the top ones, which is the top ones on here, these look like blanks, but they're separate. But that don't make any sense, because if these are all going on that same circuit, if I'm reading that right, which it does, it looks like the traces go round, go all the way up to where this section is gone. Obviously there's nothing here, and that's why someone's put this jumper wire on. They've took it to, let me see if I can try and follow that. Whoever's done it, obviously, yeah, they have. They've took it to that point. So obviously they've took it straight onto it. So these legs, if I'm reading it right, then that would all be earth. Is that right? Because that don't seem right to me. But again, I'm guessing because I can't see clearly, but it looks like that seems to be the case. I mean, I could solder that one in because it's obviously got the trace there, but I can't solder these two, obviously, but I need to attach them, which is a shame because that is exactly where I need to be, is right here in the circuitry. And I can't quite get to see properly. And again, the other side that Mr. JFix sent, which was, Christ almighty, this phone is astronomically sensitive. Ain't that one? That's the one that Mr. JFix sent. And that one. See, on the front, on this picture that Mr. JFix sent, obviously I need to be here. Right where this picture is. The picture is right next to this ribbon cable, but again, the clarity. This is the TR4. So again, I can't get to see a really clear image because it's right where it needs to be pulled. It's in the most awkward spot going. I could definitely see where one went, But these other two, obviously it's not quite clear enough to actually try to pull that through to find out, which is right here where I need to be. It looks like it's, you know, the more you zoom it in, look, you'll see it for yourself. Obviously, you can get. I mean, it's really blurry on this phone, but it looks okay on there. But that's the point where it needs to be. So it looks like it's all going onto the same rail, except for the circles are just slightly not touching the other part of the circuit. Obviously, this one goes off in the direction over here. I stole an encoder off of this one, so so yeah, well, I'm still stumped because of that. Are these coming off? Because that don't make any sense. These won't be. These would be live earth. Why would you have all three of them going on to the same side? Obviously, up on the top where this needs to be, because it looks like it's all pointing. I don't get that. That's where I'm at that. So they definitely put that in wrong. So that's now in the right place. Right on that. It's just these two that I'm not 100% sure of literally following that circuit. They won't just point to these two. Because that looks like it points towards where this wire is going. And that wire is going... Let me have a look to see where that wire is ending. It looks like it goes towards this C7. So let me try and hold the pin. Yeah, it is. It looks like it's going towards a blank point on here that goes up to here, somewhere along that section. So it looks like that wire is ending up here somewhere, but there's no component there. So obviously you just got your capacitor. There's nothing there that's been pulled. There's motion at your front door. Oh, it's me, Mum and my cousin. He's going out. Just track in the circuit diagram that is clear that you are guessing. I mean, if I have to have a guess, the three that it normally comes off, right? They look like from this circuit from Mr. J Fix sent, right? Obviously, it's going up to that top part of that rail where they put the bridged wire. Obviously, because there's a big section missing from this point. So, all up here is where there's a massive trace area damage. Right, they delaminated it. And obviously, that jumper wire takes that from bridge point where it's broke, which it goes all the way down, and it just goes to the next point where it's gone. It's the hot bells. He means look at the schematics. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the schematics on that front, that's what I was trying to read. So basically, from the point where he's took the wire, because I'm trying to copy from where this point is, from where this wire, and having a look. So the top part of the wire is up here, right? So they took it from this point, because that's where that trace goes. So if you follow the trace down, obviously it gets to this point on the top part of the board. So, which is this top part of the board here. So when I follow this down, it gets to about here, which is about this point here. Now this is where all the damage is. So from this section, it's completely all wiped out. But it looks like that's where I can't seem to trace it. That PCB it traces, Aussie is posted, it's in circuit diagram in the schematics. The trouble is, Mr. Hotcows, it's a different revision. That is the trouble where it's throwing me off. Because the schematics on that doesn't follow suit to what this is. Because there's different revisions on these boards. So obviously, this being a 4S, this is why Mr. JFix took a screenshot of a video. And that's the best he can get. Yeah, Aussie. Yeah, you are looking at you're looking at applying circuit, not at the diagram. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah. It's like that's. I think that's what he was trying to get to, because, like you said, looking at the this one here. So this obviously being in the circuit, this is the issue too. Right, but the board will be laid out different, so it won't. That's going to throw me off and make it worse, because it's not the same layout. The boards have all got different schematic layouts. I'm pretty sure that's the case. The circuit is the same with all of these in section. Oh right, really? I didn't know. Right, okay. So let's have a look to see if we can find TR4 and TR5. Right. So let me flip the board over and it can give me a rough idea. If I can look at the schematics, modulator, right, let's start the modulator and then I'll know which way this goes round. Obviously, it's modulator, right? So we've got the modulator up here and this is the modulator section. Now I want to be right over the other far end, which is up here, next to all of the, is that the RAM chips? That's the IC2. Where's the IC2? So we got the, that's the CPU. I can't even find the I. Because again, that would have pulled me into circuit. I could have found out. The IC25 and the 26. So let me find the 25 and 26. See, these are all the IC chips. Now these are the P845s. The ICs. God, these are so faded, I can't even bloody see them. I have just posted it on the 4. Right, okay, friend. Let me have a quick look. Let me go back onto that, Mr. Hotcows. I can have a look. I have just posted the 4S board scans. Oh, have you? Top man. That enough help me if that is the case. Out of all of them, that's one thing we can't seem to get hold of, the 4Ss. Got the 4Bs. Obviously, the 4Bs are the same as the 4Ss, of the 6Ss, but that's the only one I cannot find. Let me see if you are. Mr. Hotcows, just find Mr. Hotcows. Did you post it onto your Hotcows? Whereabouts did you post it, Mr. Hotcows? Because I can't see it. There's so many bloody links in the Discord. That's the only thing with it. There's too many bloody links. It should be in your generals. Right, okay, my friend. Let me have a quick look. Ah, here we go. Ramfowl. We got there. Right, let me have a Ganges. Yay, much better. Thank you, my friend. You are top legend. Now I can see where this now goes. Look at the clarity. Now I've got something to go on. Right, finally, we might be able to get somewhere. Right, first things first, this address, the top, where this goes, right? TR4, straight in the centre. Right, well, that'll help. And the bottom, obviously, that's a much clearer image. Fantastic image. So, right, that's what I need. I need a really clear image of the pin layout. So, basically, it was wrong to start with. So, the top pin can go towards that centre pin. So, I need to put a bridge there straight away. The middle, bridge it. Looks like it goes towards that part there. So, I can do that. That's not a problem. The bottom pin, now there's literally, is there anything on the bottom pin? I can't see. Yeah, I can. The bottom pin, I can solder that, right? So I've got the top sorted, right? Let's find the bottom and look at the clarity now, right? Much better. So let me get the right orientation and flip her over. Now I can hopefully now get to where this needs to be. Obviously, I need to be up here. So the image I need, that's it. Bingo. Right where I need to see where this now goes. Right? And I was wrong. See what I mean? By guessing. I would have got it completely wrong. Now the downside is, where do these go? Obviously I can do pin. I could do that pin on that one. On that corner. Right? I can trace damage that. But the other two, no. They're completely isolated, which the other one looked like they was joining to the top. So that was completely wrong. So these do not join to anywhere along that rail. So I would have got that wrong without that clear image. Absolutely 100%. That's a good find. Very good find. I'm glad he did. Yeah, that was Mr. Watkell's absolutely bottom end of that, because I would have got, if I would have joined them, because that didn't make sense by putting, because they would have been live legs. Then you've got obviously two lives and an earth. Literally these. So these then don't go anywhere. These are isolated. These are not going anywhere on that front. So they're really, where it's supposed to be going is at the top and not at the bottom. Because these are just mounting points for the leg. Obviously except for that one, which is alive, that will go over to that circuit, which I can then fix. Hopefully that will fix it. That is actually the best fix. That is the best bit yet. So really, hopefully, I'm just hoping now they've not burnt that. They've not burnt that transistor out. But I'm going to give it a go. Let's see if we can power it up, because I'll soon know if that transistor's still getting hot. Then obviously it's got a problem. It's probably burnt out. Such a shame. I wish they would have done that. Bloody hard to get a 4S. I don't know how you pulled that off, but. Legendary, sir. Absolutely legendary. I've been trying to look for a post for the Speckturm boards, and obviously out of all of them, the 4S is the hardest to get. So if you actually pull that off, that goes off to you. But first things first, let's see if I can try and gain access to that leg first, which I can. Now I might have to change the tip on this, because obviously that tip's going to be too big, because it's the angled leg. I don't want to use the angled leg. Very good find. Very good find. Right where I bloody needed to be, which was right where they did put it in wrong. And again, so I can solder that leg. I can solder that. And then I can, hopefully, I might have to do a little bit of, I might have to bend a leg to try and bridge that over, because that's got trace damage. I could do that one and this one, but I can't do that. And the one underneath, obviously, just one needs to be jumped over, just one. And the other two are just standoffs. So It's got to go to sleep. Yeah, no worries, Ozzy. Thank you, my friend. Thanks for popping on. Cheers, bud. I want the small tip on this one. That's all right, I use this one. Small tip. Yeah, it's obviously they're about 12 hours in front, anyway, so it'll be late over there. Australia. Now I've got to take this off. Obviously, I'm not burning myself on that tip. Red hot. No, it's actually not too bad. Glad you didn't say lick it. Don't lick it. Oh, I see. You can't use that on the big iron. Oh, right. Oh. Well, that made it interesting then, didn't it? Mr. PC, happy Easter all. Mr. PC, I have still, sir, mine is still stuck on 3 days. It says it's in the UK. It's been stuck there since the 13th. Today's the 17th. So today is 4 days. I did see how much you paid. I think that's outrageous. So if you've paid 60, mine's going to be in roughly around in the mid 70s region. I paid £20 more than you. Obviously, that's 20% added with the value added tax and the import duty. So mine is probably going to be where you paid 60. I think roughly mine's going to, well, about 62. I think mine's going to be roughly around about 77, 75 to 77. Sounds about right. But again, I've had no news. Yeah, mine took a while to get the Viva to customs. So yours is due today. I know we have to bite the bullet and we have to pay it, but obviously the price you paid with the VAT and everything else, what you got to look at, I meant to tell you in the chat, and I'm glad you're in the chat, so you can have. So it's the same with my one. I've got the Rock Seed, right? Mine only can go all the way up to 24 volts, up to 5 amps, and these are good. These are about £100 on Amazon, just over 100 quid. At the end of the day, nothing wrong with it. It does work lovely. It's just not. If I want to crank it up more than 5 amps, I can't. It's the maximum it'll go. So this is the reasons why I needed to upgrade. Now, obviously, the Coda has got one of these. He's got 2. He's got a double one, and he's got exactly the same one as what I've got. And he uses the double one more than this. So I thought, what I'll do, for what I paid all the import and taxes and the duties, I will sell mine, put it back on there, sell it, and that'll pay for the import and duty taxes. So then it keeps the cost down. So then all it's cost me is about 164. Then that ain't so bad, obviously. So that compensates. So you have to look at it. So yeah, on that front. So I'll probably end up doing that because that way it won't hurt so much. So actually, yeah, that's a Steam Deck. Yes, yeah. I did have an issue again last night with the Steam Deck. You've probably not set yours up yet, sir. So, yeah, bloody thing locked up, didn't it? When I went to try and push it, nothing worked. Even though it took me a while. That took me ages to set that up. It was an absolute headache to set up. And I can't set all the cameras up on it, which is another bloody annoyance. Yeah, the setup work, the Warriors is amazing. Yeah, the issue that I end up having on mine, it end up being my bloody browser. Oh, for crying out loud. Well, I might use the curved one. No, we are. That'll do. We'll put that one back in. No, that's a better one, isn't it? Yeah, it's a thicker one. That'll do. So yeah, I managed to set it all up. Obviously the things on it, but yeah, obviously if I go to like this, press a button, it's supposed to work. But now I'll get a triangle come up. So now it's not working. Can you see what I mean? This is the issue I have, and that's the Neo. Obviously, it's all set up right, but I don't know. It's like a lot of this bloody stuff. They're supposed to make it easier for streaming. All I tend to have is bloody issues of trying to get everything to set. So it doesn't work. Oh, that's not going in. Great. I think there's for bigger irons. Oh, for crying out loud. Happy to give you to go if you need it. Thanks, bud. Much appreciated. Yeah, I can't wait to see you do an unboxing on that. I really want to see that unbox, because obviously you ordered yours. It was a cut. I think I ordered mine a couple of days after. So, and that iron is obviously not fitting on that section. That's it. There's so many bloody bits for this soldering iron. It's unbelievable. That's it. She's on. Now I can boot her up. Cool. Keep that one out because I can put that back, obviously straight back in. So what I need to do, let me bring the other camera in, right? That's a lot, if it works. There's no guarantee with any of these bloody cameras. Seem to be definitely having a camera issue with half of my gear. Obviously it's too near Christmas, I can't order no more stuff from AliExpress, I'm just not going to get it in time. So let me pull this in. Right. Pull that out the way, and then I can then hopefully so this is where I need to be, right near here. This is the issue I've got. It's so butchered, this thing. It's unbelievable. I'm glad Mr. Hotcow's found that. That's really helped. That was a really good find. I need dab of solder. I couldn't get to see properly where that actually went, and I think it was really bloody frustrating. I thought that ain't making any sense. Right, that one is soldered in. Yep, that's soldered in. Right, so what I need to do then, I need now to do the middle leg. This is why you want the thin tip ones. Cool, that's on that leg. Now this is the one where it's damaged. Right, well this is going to be interesting because the trace is broke. So the trace is actually broke on that corner, right on that corner. It could have been in the worst bloody spot going. I need to be up here. So I'm going to have to try and get a capacitor leg and see if this will work. And I need to solder underneath that. Actually, yeah, come to think about it, let's solder the point up here. You can see how bad this has gone. They've really butchered this big time. But lucky enough, now I know with Mr. Hotcow's picture that you see, them legs don't go nowhere. They're just anchoring points, which is good because that's really helped me. Right. I'm going to leave the others because they don't go anywhere. That one is now anchored. The trace point from that point to that point, right? If I'm reading that right. From that point to that point, let me just double check to see where that goes. So obviously it's supposed to go all the way up there to that point. So that wire can stay exactly where it is, which is cool. The only one that needs to be replaced is that corner bit right on that leg, which is right near this bloody capacitor where I can't bloody get to because it's damaged right up on here, and it looks like it's got to go. It's facing the right way and all, so the transistor is the back's facing towards the place, so it should be. So all I've got to do is put a little bridge right on that one, then that's it. That should be done. That, if I'm reading that right, that would now been the right way of where that's supposed to be. But that's if they haven't took any components out on that board or damaged that transistor in the process. So I mean, if they would have just left that alone, right, it would have just burnt the transistor out. It would have been fine. I could then just copied where that just needed to go. Bloody frigging frustrating whatsoever. Yeah, JFix is going to workflow on it now. Yeah, you streaming it. Mr. Yes, Mr. JFix. Yes, you was working on that big Sony laptop. Bloody hell, that was one heck of a laptop. I'll give it that. I mean, I thought my one was bad enough, but that was a dinosaur. I thought, Jesus, I love them old dinosaurs. No, they're great. Obviously, I've got my Toshiba one that I've kept. It's got really good. Yeah, just join the stream with chill. It must be 2 kg. What, on the laptop? Freaking hell. 2 kg. Fuck, Jesus, what's in it? A brick? That is mad. Man, that's unbelievable. Yeah, the one that I managed to save over. Where is it? Let me grab it. It's a bit of a. I've got so many bloody bits in here, it's unreal. I've got projects opened everywhere. Where's that? What did I do with that? 1 minute, chaps. Let me go and grab it and I'll show you. I thought it was over here with all the other stuff. No, that's the PlayStation. Where the friggin' hell is that gone? Wow. Well, buried somewhere. God knows where it is. I thought I'd put it over here with all the with the unfinished onions. No, that's all of the. That is all of the unfinished projects. I'm waiting for parts. Well, I'm baffled. I thought, well, it is somewhere. I just can't. Where? I was trying to show the Toshiba. She's a bit of a chunk and all on that front. Definitely not on that front. No. Sorry, guys. It's somewhere buried in it. I had a Toshiba. She was a chunk and all. No, I'm going to be boring that one. To be honest, it needs a disk clone to keep it running on XP. Well, that's the issue I've got on mine. It's the same one as Mr. Very similar. It's got. If I'd have known, if I bloody found it, I could have showed you. It'd have been easier than try to explain. But it's got the same problem. Obviously, the drive's gone bad, and I've got a clone. It's got Windows XP on it. But I'm going to take Windows XP off, obviously, because it's unsupported. And driver issues, because that's what happens with old software, with the old architecture on board. If you try and put late, it will find, but it won't find all the drivers because obviously the board's too old, and that's the trouble. So what you got to end up doing is keeping the old software on it. But I was going to take it off, and I was going to put mine with Windows Linux Mint, and then run certain programs. A little bit more involving on that front, because obviously you're going to have to run some binary code to actually force the drivers to actually get them for the old drive. But it'll be much more debloated, and it will run the, you can, because Windows Linux Mint is obviously, if you run Wine and all the other applications and all the other bit, you could actually make it look like Windows. So you can get around that sort of side. A little bit more involving, but it's like you said, PCs so finicky, literally. On that front, I was just ashamed I can't bloody find it. I would have showed you how thick that one was, and even that wasn't nose bleeding straight. Yeah, the customers with those retro PCs they want to give me, but it's obviously didn't have the space. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've got over about 5 towers in here. I don't even know what's wrong with them, to be honest, and they don't fetch no money. Obviously, I stopped on my PC days when I used to work on them. So obviously now I just do bits on my own. That's why I built my own rig. Obviously, she's a bit of a chunk, especially at 14 kg. You wouldn't want to drop it on your foot. So, but I was going to do a very similar build to what you done, Mr. PC. So I was going to do I was going to go for a Ryzen 9900 X3D, go down that route. But I was going to try and look at the Godlight boards. Yeah, until I fell off the chair. The price of the boards, yeah, they're a bit pricey. So I thought, no. To be honest, I don't use mine much. It's got a 4090 in that. She can run. I've slightly overclocked the custom Intel chipset, so it's obviously clocked at 5.3 on that clock, and I've got it down to about temperatures just under 100, which is not bad because I water cooled her, put her in injection, so she runs fine. I mean, I can run in it. Oh no. It's Mr. Hotkells. Chair. But absolutely legendary, sir. Thank you for reminding me about the chair. It sounds like Mr. Falcon is always coming in and said, hang on. I heard what you said. He popped in the stream. He said, are you talking about me? I said, yeah, I was talking about you. And he come in and that's the first thing he said, let's get the chairs out. A round of applause, sir. Thank you very much. Right, hold up a minute. I'm getting sidetracked here. It's just literally like everything else. I was looking for, obviously, I was looking for something. I've got it's one off the scales. I was trying to look for a leg. That's right. It ain't Mr. Swindon's leg. So it's if Mr. Swindon's in town, no, don't worry, Mr. Swindon. It's not going to be the case. So obviously 8.5 hours. Obviously done me in last night. I got carried away. So I think I was trying to aim for a Guinness. But who's ever sat down and done a 24-hour stream? Obviously, I had to be up. I had to come meet my boss. So otherwise, I would have stayed on. But then Ace started, so I thought, well, there's no point having too many streams all on at once. Obviously, going to have clashing points. So yeah, it does make sense. So I try to avoid going on when there are other streamers on, because it's just no point. Yeah, so yeah, I totally agree with you on that one. So thanks to Mr. Hotkells, that picture really helped me out quite a lot, because I nearly anchored that at the wrong point. Obviously, it's not the easiest to try to get schematics on, see where the traces are, on that, because obviously there's so many revisions. Out of all the revisions, the only one they did not have was the 4S board. Fucking typical, isn't it? You had all the others from revision 1 all the way up to revision 6. They just didn't have that. Chris, how you doing, my friend? Thank you for popping in. Legs. I need a leg. Well, right. Where's them cheap capacitors? I've got to stop keep cutting legs off the other capacitors, because obviously I was nearly out of them the other day. I went, oh bloody hell. Caps. Here, up and down here. I'm going to use a leg off one of these cheap fucking capacitors. Fixed. I wish. I really wish, my friend, it was fixed. But I don't know what damage. Now, Mr. Hot Cows literally give me a great picture of the versions of the 4S that I needed to see where this transistor was broke. And I could not get it for the love of God. Again, miracle workers, and this is what I love about the forums. You know, the community is fantastic in helping, and I am really grateful, sir. Thank you very, very much. I'm just hoping this is going to fix it. I personally think that this transistor is, obviously, if that still gets up on that front, then yeah, not good at all. Right, where's that torch? Just gives it a little bit of extra light. That really helps me, that torch. I use that torch constantly. It's one of the best things I've that come with the EcoFlow when I bought. Again, the other day, when I streamed, I turned off. For 20 minutes, we had a blackout. When we are. Lucky enough, I've got my portable I've got a portable generator like Mr. Rusty Russ, and also I had my Eco River, which that really helped because I still had all my electrical appliances on. It only lasted for about 10 minutes and it was all back anyway, but still 10 minutes. All the others who were sitting in the blackout, I still had all my lights on and running my TV and everything else. So yes, definitely worth its weight in gold. Now I'm going to have to try to put... Oh, this is going to... I've got to try and hold this somehow. And hold this in play, which is obviously not going to help the situation. No, it's not holding it. That is. No, it's still not sticking. Friggin' believable. God, it is. If I have to say where this is located, it is nigh impossible to try and hold this down and get an anchor point. Right, damage that capacitor. She's anchored down now. It's not ideal. It's where it's located, which is... But what that will give me now, that will give me an anchor point, and then I can re-go over it and take some of that solder point out. Obviously, sorry guys, you're just looking at bloody... I just fell in. So the issue that I've got over on that... So I've now got to put that on its leg, and then hold that and then take that one back off because there's too much solder. Like that. Cool. Now I can take that bit off and just put a little bit of solder on. That's not too bad. Not the greatest, like I said, but as long as it makes contact, it's hugging the leg, it's not touching the other ports. You can clearly see. So I've got the middle port. I've got the middle port. I need to trim that leg up, right? That trim leg on there. So obviously that I've managed to put that on there. I'm just hoping that's all right. That is hugging all three legs, literally. So what I need to do now is trim that up. Which it is. Cool. So that is now not touching. So we have got, let me just double check. Yeah. It's hugging the middle leg. So we've got that one on there. Cool. It's touching that leg. Just hoping it ain't took anything else out. No. Right, well it looks like that's done it. So, let me put me another camera back. Cool. We can sort that out. Now, the only way I know is that I've got the legs sticking out at the top here, right? The legs are sticking out. You can actually see the legs. All three of them legs are sticking out, look, right? But I don't want to trim them, not just yet, just in case if that's gone bad. So it would hurt to power that up and see now if anything, because that was getting red hot, obviously, because it wasn't soldered in correctly. So the solder point from here is still correct, right? Obviously because of that broken trace, because it's broke half of that tracing point when we've got down to here. So there's no trace along this whatsoever. So I've followed that down, goes to that point, gets to there, and that's where it's broke. So from this point up to this point is completely missing, because obviously they've delaminated part of that. And it's only on that part, but I'm going to give her a clean with a little bit of IPA in a brush. So just see if I can just give that a little bit of a cleany clean. I've got my toothbrush. Double check, make sure. Is that tissue? Yeah, so we're going, the point I'm looking at is right where my finger needs to be. So obviously I'm going down all the way along up to that corner point. So yeah, that's right. So it's the Neil. So that is the only one that obviously I'm getting to the point where that's broke on that front. There ain't no other traces broke above the top on that front. So yeah, not the greatest. I don't want any more broken traces on this stuff, because obviously it's causing issues. I can't see it, so that one is now hugging the leg. These two don't go anywhere. Cool, that looks good to me. And double checking onto the work I've just done, which is again, it's right up here on that TR4, because this is TR5, so this is 4 and 5. It's hugging that leg. That point's being hugged, yeah, and we've got access point here, so we should be good. As far as I know, that is the point where it's gone. It ain't gone anywhere else on the board. So really, it wasn't one trace at the bottom. It had to go somewhere, but the other two are on the top. So I'll remember that in future. If there was ever another 4S that comes in, I know now where to get it. You can now pull the bottom of that. Yeah. So let's go and grab a power supply, and I'll just want to just see if that is now going to be the case. I can't see anything. It's so dark here. It's absolutely unbelievable. Let me put the lights on. It's like living back in the dark ages. I hate the UK. This is the only thing. You know, it gets to about this time, right? 3:30, and it gets to the point where you've got to put the lights on. It's literally mental. Now this is the original Speckturm Sinclair, and this is 1.4 amps, 9 volt. So now all I could do is feel it, give it the feel test, just to make sure. Them pins are not touching, are they? No, they're not. Now let's feel to see if that transistor gets red hot. Last time we got red hot. Let's give it a go. If that still gets hot, that transistor, something's wrong. And it's not. So it's not getting hot. The only other way now I know then is plug the TV in, set the TV up, the little portable. No, it's not getting warm. So I'm just giving it the feel test just to make sure. Let's see if the chips warm up. Well, the transistor ain't getting hot. That's good. If that ain't already dead. I've got nothing on that. Right, okay. So I'll turn it off. I'll drag the TV out and let me clear some crap off the table. Go and grab me Ferguson. That's what she says. Let's go and grab the Fergie. If that's fixed it, I'd be amazed. Seriously, I would be absolutely shocked. But I haven't got high hopes. I think personally it's killed something else on the board due to negligence. But we'll wait and see. So this bloody Ferguson's been marvellous. It's been one of them type of TVs where it just goes on forever. Now can I plug? Yeah, I can. The good thing is I can use this off the old Atari. So hopefully I can actually use this off the old Atari board, so I'm not bothered anyway. On that front. So, oh, Bronson's gone out the kitchen. Yeah, I forgot. I brought the TV in. He obviously don't like it. Well, it ain't got hot. Before that got hot, and I turned it off very quickly. That's not now doing it. And I know this power supply is good because I'll try the other one. So let me grab a. Oh, that's it, it's down here. Bloody hell. No. Bloody plugs. You have to have, do you know what? That's the only thing with it. It brings me back to the days where you've got to have wires everywhere. back to, you know when you had bloody extension leads out, obviously the big old CRTVs. Mind you, I didn't have a big CRT, I had a black and, I think when I played my games, I had a little black and white TV. I think it was a Pi. It was a Pi TV. I'm pretty sure it was an old Pi, black and white. It just had a couple of knobs on it. Mr. Worms. Oh, this is going to be fun. I'm hoping that he's not killed that board or the CPU due to someone's negligence and not doing it properly. That's if they've not killed that transistor. But the transistor was obviously not getting hot. That's a good sign. And I know this power supply is good. Right. Now obviously I've got that switched on. So I'm going to switch her on. We've got some oh no, hold up. We're off. Hold up guys. We've got the camera freeze. How did I know? No. It's that bloody 4K camera again. We've got something. We've got something. Near enough something. I don't know why I've got a can of pledge in my hand. I've got the can of, I thought what I was going to do, I was going to whack it over the head. I thought like, here, clump this camera. It's done my bleeding brain in, I'm telling you. Don't have to touch this bloody thing and it just goes potty. I think that looks like an image. That looked like an image. Don't tell me that's fixed it. Don't, please. Don't tell me that has actually fixed the image. I'm going to go back down. It was obviously... That did look like an image then. A very poor image. Oh no. I had a can of pledge in my hand. Here, right here. Right there. 40. Yeah, right here. So what I'm going to do... That looks like it's pulling something. Yeah, well, we've got something. That did pull something there. Well, the transistor is not getting hot. That looked like a bloody... That looked like an image. Well, the transistor's not getting hot. The CPU... So it's getting a little bit warm. I don't know if it's coming from this CPU. Yeah, it is at the top. I've just opened it, ain't damaged that. It's now pulling something because I could see an image, a slight image on it, and I just want to confirm. The only other way of knowing if that's killed a chip, take this one out. They're both socketed. Swap them over. Can I do that? I think I can. It's right here where this is pulling. I can see something being pulled. Yeah, that looks like the image there. I'm going to do a reset. If I turn that off, look, turn it off, turn it on. We're getting some form of distortion of an image of where that needs to pull. That's unbelievable. Yeah, this chip is getting really toasty. It's starting getting to the point where I can't hold it down for long. So I wonder if it's killed one of these PLA chips. It might have fried this chip. That's why it can't pull the image through. It looks like the transistor is now working. So it ain't damaged the train. I don't know how. But yeah, that's enough getting hot, guys. Tell you what, I'll turn it off, right? I'll unplug it. Let me show. Let's plug my one in. Let's see if I'm just grabbing image up on mine. That's pulling something through, 100%, right? Let's just hold this chip in. Oh, well, it would help if I switched it on. I want to see if that same chip gets bloody hot. It's the two long ones. This one, what I'm touching, obviously was getting hot. That's weird. Mr. Chris gives it like, what the bloody hell is going on? Now, why aren't I getting an image on that? Unless I've done the composite mod and it's not pulling through. Because that looks like that's weird. It shouldn't be doing that. I want to keep an eye on that hand on that chip to see if how hot that gets when it's under load. I personally think I know what the issue is. I've got to use a scar, and I've got to use because of that composite. Obviously it's now gone from REF to composite, so that's probably why I'm not getting a signal coming through the TV. Well, I've got adapters, so that's not a problem. So let me plug a SCART in the back of this TV. Like that. And I just need a I need one of these leads. Like this. No. That'll do. I can get away with one of these. So I'm just going to put the red one in the yellow. And plug that one, the red, into that. Now she should boot. And now, if I remember correctly, come out of this and now go into AV, we get a signal. So we've obviously got, that's what I've done, because I've done the composite mod on this. Now that chip is warm, right? Obviously, reset it, it go black, and then that. Just keeping my hand on that chip to see how hot these get. So she is working. Yes, that's getting about the same hotness. Keeping my hand on it. Obviously the other one was getting a little bit more hotter. So I wonder now if that chip is still pulling. The only other way of knowing, can I pull the chip off from a 4S to a 6S and swap them? Yeah, out of all the chips, it's about the same hotness. Gets to the point. Well, these bloody things must cook themselves, you know. I think the chip's all right, but obviously I've got an image on this one because it's displaying. Should do. It's on fire. No, it is. Seriously, Mr. Worms, I'm not joking. You keep your hand on them. How these chips don't cook themselves, I do not know. This is what kills most all of these chips off. And these were on for hours at a time in the 1980s. Obviously, these want a small heat sink on top. Try and disperse that. I probably would put, on my one, I probably would put some thermal pads, cut the thermal pads and a couple of little heat sinks to try and take that heat away. Yeah, that's getting about the same hotness. 100%. So, and it's this chip here, exactly the same chip. But I was getting some form of display, so which I wasn't getting before. Alright, I still haven't got a display on it just at the moment. But what I've got somewhere, comparing, I've got nowhere. I've got somewhere with it, which before I didn't get none of that, none of it at all. Let's see if that will pull the same thing. If I have to put that into, no. So that won't work on that front. That's a pisser. Right, okay, go back to the TV, take this off. It's definitely got some form of image there. I wonder if, is there an RF turning point where I can alter the frequency? I think there is. Right here, look. That is pulling. That is definitely displaying something, 100%. Right where that is. She's on fire. Yeah, right there. So if I take that out, it comes off. Definitely got. Let's have a look, see if I can alter some of that shielding on that front. I think I can. If I get a little screwdriver. I can't even get anything in there. None of the other chips are getting hot. It's just that one chip. But it seems about the same. That's a shame. It's, I would say it's definitely, that is helps, 100%. Bloody hell. Isn't that bloody frustrating? That could have been fixed if someone didn't get a little bit heavy-handed. comparing, I've got no screen on that at all. So I think that it's a partial win. It's not a full win. It's a partial win. At least I've got some form of display, which I didn't get before. I'll see if I can try and adjust that pot, see if that was trying to make the issue, but I've got to get a little tiny tool to actually get that in there. Where's my counter gone? Why does everything on OBS just want to play up? Jesus. Something else has disappeared on this now. There you go. No, it's completely disappeared. Wow. Well, that's gone. I don't know where the bloody hell that's got. For some reason, that's not now working. Jesus. It's like everything else on OBS. Things disappear from it, or it just thinks, nah, not even working today. That has definitely got some form of rouge there. I can definitely see something is there. Why have they done something that you can't even get a screwdriver in? Alright. Where's them other little tiny screwdrivers? I'm trying to get something into that. Is that even a coil? I can't remember. Let's pop that one in. Too big. There weren't no modulator underneath that you can turn, or pedometer or something like that. Because I thought you can turn these. Let's try that. It is a pedometer. It's got it right where it needs to be. I thought it might have been that. No. I've got some form of image, I just can't get it clear. That's about as much as I can get it. And I can't see nothing up on the screen. But the transistor is definitely not getting up. So obviously it's damaged something else on the board, because nothing else is getting up. Everything else feels cold. The only thing that's getting up is this 8345. I wonder if I can change that out. Guys, do you reckon I should change that out? Swap that over to see if it is that that's causing the issue. This chip, swap it over. The only downside is, will it damage the other one by swapping it over? That's what I'm worried about. To see if that is it. Perhaps that is. There's got to be a reason. It would hurt just to turn it on, turn it off quick, wouldn't it? Just to see if it makes an image. Don't know where my bloody chip puller is. Chip puller. Well, I could take this one out, put it in my working one. I think it should be alright. I can't see why not. They're all the same. Yeah, pull the damaged one and then put it on the working. That's what I'm thinking. Do you know what? You're 100% right there, Mr. Stu. As usual, my friend. That's exactly. I need to find my chip puller. Obviously, because I don't want. These things are just like the Ataris. Oh, they're a bloody nightmare. But the good news is obviously I'm getting some display where before I literally got nothing at all. So what I can do now, I can quickly trim in legs. So they was anchor points. After all of that, they was anchor points, and there's nothing I could do. Yeah. So they really didn't mean nothing anyway. I'm glad I did, because obviously I thought that was the case. Where is my chip puller? I need my chip puller. The anchor point. Keep them out, because obviously I'm going to need them. Yeah, you can see why I'm well organised. His 6 foot tables obviously don't mean nothing, just to junk it up. Let's just put a jump in it. Oh, I've got another Christmas card today from my lovely neighbour over the road, but he sent it by Royal Mail. I mean, he only literally lives over the road, but he sent it in the mail. It makes no sense. Obviously, he could have just pulled it from the letterbox and saved himself the first class stamp that he posted it on. So, yeah, that made me laugh when I heard that. Actually tickled me. Spray it on the contact cleaner first. It might help to loosen up just in case. Yeah, I think you're right there, Stu. I still can't find the chip puller that I had. Oh, God. Why is everything... Why? Why can't I just find nothing? Is it hiding behind the cards? No. Is it hiding behind that card? No. I'm going to need that now. I think Mr. Stu is right, 100%. Put that... Oh, here. It's over here. Put it right up in the bloody corner. Crying out loud. Let's bung a little bit of... the TV's turned itself on. NK. NK is gone live. If any of you want to pop over to Mr. MK, it's just flagged up. I'll get notifications for all of the top YouTubers. So if you want to go there, please by all means. I do not blame you. I wish. I hope he's a lot better though, because he wasn't feeling too great. I think Mr. Stewart's right. I hate these things. These bloody chip pullers. Now, orientation, notch is going up, right? It's going towards, not towards the IC chips. Actually, that's a good little tip there, Mr. Stu. Thank you very much for that little advice. That actually helps. So, we'll do the same again. We'll pull, obviously this is the bad board. That was the bad board. We got some image, no? I mean, to me, that I think that's a partial win. I am not going to knock that at all. Now, on this one, the notch is going up. So, yeah, so this is obviously the good chip. This is the one that might be a little bit suspect. So we'll put it on a good known board, like Mr. Stew said, and see if this pulls. And now if this posts, then 100% there's nothing wrong with that chip. If we don't get if we do not get an image, then we know 100% could be that chip. Now I need the, where's the other line I did have? Yeah, there it is, hiding. Obviously I need to put that into that one first. There's motion at your door. That's not my door, it's my mum's door. Now I ain't going to switch her on yet. So we got the this is the known good chip. Let's power her up and see if she goes. We got a black screen. Oh no, hang on. Would help if I bloody plugged it in. Right, so just ignore that ever happened. Just, fucking would help if I put the power supply into it. What? Oh, there you go. Culprit. No, put the power supply in first, guys. Don't do what I do. Right, 3, 2, 1. Black screen. That's not good. That's not good. So that indicates to me, right, I don't want to keep that in there, this chip could be bad. That's why I was getting more suspect. Right, I'm going to now take the good chip, put it on. Don't tell me that will fix it. Please do not tell me if that actually fixes it on that front. So I am going to now put my chip into this board, right? This time I'll make sure it's plugged in. I thought, for crying out loud. So straight away, that chip is now, I thought that was getting a bit more on the toasty side. Good tip there, Mr. Stu. Thank you very much for that. It helps. No, pull the good chip back onto the working computer and make sure that we haven't broken anything. Right, okay. Good advice. I think he's right. Just to make sure. Yeah, I think Mr. Stew's right. I think I'm going to... Let's just pull this back out. Putting that IPA on really helps. That's really helped to loosen that up. Right. So, I think Mr. Stew is right. So, suspect now, we've now got a black screen. Well, we've just got a black screen on it. That does make sense. I thought, for crying out loud. Let me spray some IPA on this. I hate these bloody bayonet connectors. Why do they make them so bloody hard to actually get something out where you can make? I can't believe I didn't plug that in. Yeah. Yeah, what you're doing now is, yeah, it's so it is the PLA. It is the main PLA chip. It looks like it's now. So that whoever done that broke the PLA chip. Thanks a lot. What a bell end. And then PLA chips are expensive. Right. Right, so that's the bad one. The suspect one. I'm going to put mine back in. I think Mr. Stew is totally recommended on that front. Got to make sure all these legs... The only downside is taking these in and out. I just like that bloody Atari. I hate taking these things out. I hate them crunching noises because you're freaking... You break the leg, it's game over on that chip. Absolutely. Right. Let me just double inspect. I think Mr. Stew's right. Put it back in just to see if it works. I'll put some of that IPA down in legs, so that will also give it a good contact anyway. But thanks to Mr. Rockcows, if that is just a case of a bad PLA, wow. You know, I cannot believe that fixed it. Yeah, it's the same price as another Speckturm. Yeah, see what I mean? Them bloody PLAs, they're bloody expensive. It's the only snag I don't like. Right, so we'll put the one up there. That's a shame. They wasn't dear. Once upon a time, them PLAs was cheap. We used to buy them. I think I only paid about £7 to £8 for a PLA. Now, you're right, they're the price of the actual Speckturm itself. I think that you can get a replacement FPGA from that's cheaper. Can you? I didn't know that. Actually, that's a good point. It looks like now then 100% it's the PLA. It's gone bad because we got some form of image, just that I couldn't get anything to come up. So I think what we'll do, we'll go back onto this. Now I've put my chip back on. No, we're good. Thank God for that. Absolutely thank God for that. So 100% she's back to working. So that indicates to me, guys, that straight away that repair works. Obviously, because we got a black border going around it. And I did have an image coming up. And I said to you, I can see an image. But obviously it can't pull the information through due to that. So we've got a bad PLA. For crying out loud. Well, I'm lucky it didn't take anything else out. I am actually shocked. It did not take anything else out on that board. Yep, this shit. Yep. That's a bummer, innit? So now what I can do is I'll put a cross on this, stating that this has gone bad. This PLA chip. I have to put an X on it. A silver X. Saying it's no good. Oh, that's a shame. It killed the PLA. Due to not someone doing that. So I've put an X. I'm going to put another X. That this one is now bad. I'm going to write on it bad. I wrote on it bad. So. Oh, what a bummer. Yeah, that proved it. Do you know what? Thank God I had a second Speckturm to test that, to actually see what the issue was. Because this board was slung in a box with the other one. All for the sake of science. That it didn't even kill... How did that not kill the transistor? I don't know. But obviously now, what it done in the process, that bypass killed the chip. Well, there's no point really. To be honest, there's no point. Whatever I have now fixed that, but now it's obviously killed this in the process. It's gone bad. So no chip, no PLA chip. Well, so it's a partial fix because I did get an image up. So not a full fix, not the one I did. Because like you said, without not knowing, and I said to you, that got a little bit more hotter than the other one. I know these do get hot, but to the point of, because it did display, but you just had a black border, which you just see. So really, all this needs is another PLA chip, then this is up and running. So it's not really worth me putting that PLA chip back in. Because like you said, the price of these PLAs, they are expensive. Like you found out, it's like you've already done the homework. The PLA chip on that isn't a working one. Yeah, it's working in progress. The only downside is you now pay the price for that PLA for like a full working Speckturm. Well, that's a bummer. But to me, that's still a partial fix, because without Mr. Rockhouse, I couldn't see where the resistor, where that transistor went, and where it bounced on it, because again, I had no trace. So really, that picture really give it a thumbs up. That really helped me out massively, because I nearly programmed that wrong, and that could have took out other chips, which, like you said, so naturally putting that on there is now the correct way. So what I could do is put a little bit of hot glue on that to hold that in at the bottom, and that'll please Mr. Worms, because I'm going to get the glue gun out. A little bit of the hot glue. Let's grab the glue. I can use Bronson's glue, but I'd rather not. Let's get your hot cows. He's coming up with trumps with them pictures. So, Mr. Worms, the glue's coming out, my friend. Let's get the glue. I'm going to bung a little bit of hot glue on that pomp. Just a little bit. So, the bypassing is worked. So, that is now done its job. Sorry, it's the ULA. Yeah, it's the ULA. Yeah, I think you're right. I'll put the code in. So, I'll put the code in. You guys might be able to find it. I think Mr. Worms might have gone over to MK's server, because if he knew I was getting the hot glue out, he would have gone, great. It's just what I like to see. Oh my God, the Speckturm 1648 ULA replacement module is 34. It's not worth it. It's seriously, that's not worth it. I think I could sell that for £20. I think these fetch about 30 quid for spares or repair. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Thanks, Chris. Well, that just confirmed what I thought it was. So, yeah, you're right. I had an inkling in my head. I thought it was going to be between 20 and 30 quid. Well, there you go. You've done you some. You've just helped me out on that front. Saved me doing the headache. And then it's $34.99 bin. Put it in a bin. Believe it or not, they do fetch about £30 not working, because of the rest of the chips. You break it down, it works about right. It's a shame, because it just needs another one. Get them, put it in a bin. Literally fantastic. Well, we did get there, so that is one aspect that thanks to Mr. Hopkins, obviously that did help me in that department, because I wouldn't have known where that transistor, because I couldn't see, because that's a massive trace where that's delaminated part on that board, and completely took all the traces off. Lucky enough that it didn't damage too much on the top part where it needed to be. So the bottom part really then is just isolation. They don't go to anywhere except for one pin, which goes off towards the earth. The other two, one side goes to a positive, the middle goes to the earth, which is at the centre pin, because that's always the earth, and the other two ends are the live point. Bloody hell, it's surprising, but it's like you said, it's took that chip out in process. Bloody hell, that's daft, isn't it? £40 for a 40 working motherboard. Wow, and they could charge £34 for a chip. Yeah, that don't make sense. It's just not worth it. It really is not worth. Chris, can you find out what for parts or for spares or repair not working? What they're fetching? That's it. Done. It only wanted a little dab, just a little dab. And that's just to cover them legs. So all I've done was put a little dab of glue. Well, and thank God for Mr. Rockhouse, because I'll tell you what, that really helped me out there. I didn't expect, to be totally honest, I had no hopes for this. I didn't have no hopes, because I couldn't get no schematics on it. The schematics wasn't helping. That picture really helped. Oh no, Mr. Worms is in the house. I thought you was over to Mr. MK's. You missed the glue point. That's it. I went, that's it. Literally, I've got the hot glue out, so I've managed to put the hot glue to cover the pins. So I thought, no. I go, where's Mr. Worms? Quick, I'm getting the glue gun. So I'm, yeah, but so it is a fix to a certain degree, because before I got nothing, literally nothing on the screen. So, but obviously the PLA, the ULA's gone bad. Obviously that's the ULA. You've got the PLA on the chip with that. So, well, to be honest, Mr. Worms, that was my very first trace repair that I've done. All right, lucky enough that it was only on one side of the leg. Obviously the Atari is much more involving, because it's so close to, obviously, look how close on the pin section there is. And obviously, like these, that one's seated. This one's obviously got the standoffs. So actually get into that. What? Seriously? £40 to £50 for spares or repair? No, no way. I honestly thought they wasn't fetching that much. That's just for the computer. Wow. Well, it don't make sense, does it? They say they want £35 for a ULA, but for spares or repair with the rest of the chip, obviously due to this one going bad. So yeah, I've put a little bit of hot glue on that and cut the legs. But that does work. You did see it. I'm not going to take my one back out and put it in here to confirm it, because there's no point. If I kill that PLA, that ULA on that one, if I kill it on mine, then I'm going to be looking at another bloody, 35 quid. So yeah, it does make sense not to tempt out on that fate. Yeah, but like you said, the ULA is dead. So you'll have to buy it unless you're nuts. Yeah, it don't make sense. What is the point in that? So there's no point me putting this back in. It's just no point, because this one's gone completely bye-bye. So I'll leave it out and sell it as spares or repair. Obviously I've repaired that side now, so it ain't got that issue. It won't never have that problem. Shame though, because if they was a little bit, so all that work I've done round there, all that work, it actually done its job. And that's my very first trace repair I've done. Obviously, and it's butchered round here. It's absolutely butchered. So, obviously, that wasn't too bad. But it wasn't easy to get to. It's not worth complete. It's not worth it, because a complete working one's roughly around about 40 quid. You're right, yeah. What's the point in that? Obviously, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. None. Right, well, confirmed then. Obviously, I'm glad Mr. Stew recommended putting a little bit of IPA, because that did have to make the getting that out a lot easier. And I did brick my working. I didn't work my. I mean, obviously, I didn't want to brick that. But I'm going to have to, because that does get hot, that ULA. So what I'll do, I'll cut some thermal pads and put some heat sinks on that, I think. I think that might be the best alternative. And I've got plenty of them. Sorry, pal. It's percents for me. Oh, it's... Oh, for crying out loud. I'm watching it at 140... Bloody hell. Wonder why that's causing it. I've lowered the bit rate. Wonder what's causing it. Do you reckon it's YouTube with its algorithm or something? Because someone else had this issue. JFix. No, JFix had the exact... Yeah, YouTube, Mick, I think. I think JFix had the same problem. he was streaming and he lowered the bit rate, and there was loads of us in the chat. Now, this has been fine, right? I've never had to alter it. JFix had the exact same problem, and I know his Wi-Fi wasn't great, but he had to lower the bit rate and it was still buffering, and it was a YouTube thing. I hate the Speckturms, as when we was as kids. The +2 grey long thing. Yeah, well, that's what this is, isn't it? The plus. Oh no, you had the +2. Yes, the +2. This ain't. This is the plus. The +2 was actually the long grey one. I remember it. Totally agree. I'll tell you one thing I am going to do. Let's bung some Let's get some thermals on that. I'm glad that you told me now, because now that's got me paranoid. If this burns out, I'm going to be looking at fucking 35 quid, and I don't really want to go down that road. So I'm not going to tempt fate, right? And I won't do what Mr. Worms would recommend: put hot glue on it and stick it on. It probably won't go down too great. Shit, bit it. Literally, it's with the tape deck. Yeah, you built it. Yeah, it's this. They are absolutely, Chris. They're not the greatest, my friend. They are. I totally agree with you. It's why everything is so bloody. You know, they're not built to last. They are crap. You want my honest opinion? These machines. Why do you think Clive Sinclair pumped these out? This come out the same time, right? This come out in, obviously, there was a battle between this and the BBC Micro, right? Exactly the same thing. The BBC Micro, there was a rage between Acorn and Speckturm. Obviously, Clive Sinclair, if you ever watch the Micro Men, right, watch it, please do, because it's a really great series. And it really goes into depth of how he ended up being a big tech giant and then flopped. It's such a shame. Yeah, they was made in Amsterdam. I think he done it to keep the cost down. So what I'm going to do is, this looks like blue tack, but I can assure you it's not blue tack. That chip, I'm glad I felt that chip, because that chip was getting rather toasty. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to plonk a strip on this, right? Put then, this is thermal pad, right? It's not blue tack, so don't worry, guys. I'm not putting blue tack on it. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to get some little heat sinks and put some heat sinks on this. That chip was getting a little bit warm, to be totally honest. So I'm glad you, to be honest, Chris, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I thought, if you burn that out, it's 35 quid. You could buy a full working one for a motherboard for 40. Where's the logic? You might as well just buy the complete board, just for the sake of a chip. So there you go, it sums it up. But parts, spares or repair, they sell between 40 and 50. Where the bloody hell where's the logic in that? Alright, that's the whole machine, and you are getting all of the chips. But that doesn't make sense. It absolutely don't make sense at all. So, no, you're right. I'm going to put some heat sink. Now, this is my working one, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. That ULA chip was getting a bit really toasty. Not to the point where I can't keep my finger on, but the other one got really hot. It got much hotter than that. So that was pointing towards it. Yeah, see it. I didn't know they was actually made in Amsterdam, no? You surprised me then. Well, I didn't expect to actually partly fix that, to be totally honest. I had no sort of clue, because I couldn't get the schematics on it, because obviously the 4S, out of all the models, the 4S wasn't on the forum, which it ain't. You've got all models from 1 to 6, but not the 4S. If I had the 4S, if someone put the 4S on there, then I could have done it. But thanks to Mr. Hotcales, he pulled his magic on that front, so I managed to actually pull it in the right way. And it didn't take out the transistor, which I was absolutely shocked. So it didn't even blow it up. Now I've got to find these heat resistors, which I have got. Oh, here. There we are. They're in here. Now this is my working one. I don't want to end up killing that in the process. I do like the Speckturms. No, mine was that. Oh, that was my M Strand. Alan Sugar's company. Oh, right. Bloody hell, bloody hell, they're making me now. Jesus. Now I'm using these, right? Little tiny heat sinks. There's nothing on them. I'm not going to glue them, so I won't do. Obviously, I don't. If Mr. Worms is in, he'll probably say recommended glue it. He put the glue on. So no, I'm going to just stick them on top and just take some of the heat away with the thermal side. So this will keep it snug. Now that's the long +2. Yeah, because that's right. I think they did. You had the plus and the +2, the small ones. Yeah, that's it. I'm hoping these will stay on, because obviously these are only pushed on, so I'm only using the stickiness from the thermals itself, but they should put them on there because it will keep it cool. Right, well that's good. We have now got, I've got thermal pads. I'll put a big long nice thermal pad and that on the heatsink, so that hopefully will distribute the heat and keep that chip a little bit more cooler. I'm glad I had some of them. I knew I had some somewhere. Where the bloody hell are they gone? So I still haven't got to the original point. What I wanted to do was swap the keys over. But I'll plug her back in just to make sure she is fully working. Oh well. Well, it's to me. I'm glad now it didn't kill the the transistors, because I thought that would have killed it dead, to be honest. They're obviously not wired up properly. But it didn't. It didn't kill the transistor. Instead, it killed the ULA instead, which is a bit of a bummer. But can't be helped. But at least we now can confirm that is 100% bad. I didn't know they was fetching that much. They wasn't that expensive, them ULAs. No way was they that dear. That's daylight robbery. Can't charge £35 and then £40 for a complete board. Right, let's plug my one back in just to 100% confirm it. Make sure. So the last thing I don't want to do. It's the only working one I've got. And I'm glad I actually put that in, and it's also got the, I've done the conversion board, because that does help. Gives it a nice clear image. Cool. And we've got the signal. Mr. Worms is here. he's thinking that's it. Mr. Worms comes in. Just think, don't worry, Mr. Worms. I'm getting the glue's not coming out, my friend. So don't worry. Well, I have used the glue. I can't help it, but I've used the glue to some extreme. But I didn't need no jumper wire, which I thought I'd have had to have jumper wire in, which I didn't. It's amazing. I just want to leave this booted up, obviously, just the reset work. Yeah. So when it goes to a black screen, obviously that's in the reset mode of the ULA. It must send a sync over to actually and that's what I got, that black border on it. Mr. Worms cracks me up. So just going to leave that running to see how hot that's getting on that front. At the moment it's stone cold. Now the other chips ain't getting warm. It was just that main ULA chip. Yeah, they don't get that hot. So it was just that main one. And it is. I can feel the heat being transferred. Ever so slight coming through the middle. I'll leave it on a bit running. Let's give it. So that will help it. Bloody hell. I'll tell you what, right? Whoever, if they would have just left that, right, and not bothered, and just left it alone, I reckon that ULA wouldn't have been, they wouldn't have killed that ULA. That's running lovely. I'm going to leave that running for a minute, alright? Just leave it running on top of the TV. So you can see this, guys. I've run it on top of the TV. Right, just leave it just basically on that front. Obviously, I need to put this back in. And I'll write a little note, bad ULA chip. Can I call you mister? Where's the bottom of the casing gone? Oh, they're here. No, that's the keyboards. I need to swap over. Mr. Worms, smiley face. He's a Mr. Smiley face. Well, for the love of God, I can't even find the bottom. Oh, yeah. Is that it? Yeah, there we go. It's here. So I can put all this back. Well, thank you to Mr. Hotcows. That did help me very, very much. Now, if that was fully working, I could then done a composite mod on this. Took this RF shield off, and I had a spare composite board, so I could have done a composite mod on it. Yeah, I'll tell you what, putting the meat sinks on, right, has really helped. That's enough, kept that lukewarm, barely lukewarm, which really does help. So now obviously I've got to put all these, no, they're for the board, aren't they? Yeah, they are. How many have we got on there? 4? Yeah, 4. I'll put the 3 back. Alright, where's the screwdriver gone? For crying out loud. Why can't I find nothing? Jesus. That's what. Well, normally, Mr. Mr. J-Fix is really good, but Mr. Hotcow's definitely come up trumps there in that one. It's your internet. YouTube or is your internet? Yeah, I can actually see what you're saying, Mr. Dear Stu. It's coming up, it's buffering. Oh, that's bloody annoying, isn't it? It's really playing up tonight. Do you know what? You can't have... We're supposed to live in an era, right? When I dial up in the early 90s, it was about 1990, it was about 1995, 96, right? When we had the internet, it was when the internet started to get popular, right? It's a 56k dial-up. It took forever. We was getting kilobytes, right? We was getting kilobytes. Barely had a kilobyte. It must have took about 8 hours to download a simple file, right? And it took hours to download. We're supposed to live in fibre optics, where things are supposed to be ultra quick. You've got the greatest connection. I've got it hardwired. Everything's hardwired with mine because I don't take that chance, right? Oh, I can feel that now, right? Wow, and that is definitely transferring. That's amazing. What about the rest of the chips? No, they're fine. The one that is eating up is that ULA chip and that heatsink on that front. Wow. That is absolutely shocking. Let me just double check. Yeah. It's definitely transferring that heat, 100%. Even with that, thermals on, right, is shocking. Well, I would say that is a win, my friends. Definitely 100%. Give me 1 minute, guys. I've just got to go for my Jimmy Riddle. I still can't find that that bloody thing. Did I have any update? Obviously, I still can't see. 6. Yeah, I think most everyone's gone to MK's server. That's why I don't normally stream unless if there's no one on, then I'll pop on. But if there's too many people on, I'll I mean, you know, it's no point. Hold up a minute. What was? Oh yeah. I'm still keeping an eye out. Obviously, Mr. PCDD was obviously. No, he's still on the 13th. Well, anyway, the main thing is this is. This can go back. Where's, oh yeah, that's right. I was looking for. I can get rid of this TV now because I won't need this on. So I can now unplug this. Right. Take all this out because I need the room. Obviously, I ain't got the room if I ain't got the. This TV takes a big, massive bulk of it. I think I've used that TV because it plays all the old CRT stuff. It's fantastic. It's obviously I don't have an issue. And when you need a CRT, obviously like you get the correct colouring and everything else. And now, like you said, they're now sort of becoming collector's items. Comparing that blew up, and it did not go with a bang. Jesus, it did. It went with a wallop. And it was that Riffler cap that went. Right. Well, that's good to know. Well, I didn't expect to repair that, to be totally honest. I really didn't. I had no hopes in it. None. Just a shame that it's took out the ULA chip, which is a bummer. Still I ain't fixed that Atari because I can't find the caps. Obviously, I need that pop. And I can't find the pop. For the love of God of me, I cannot find it. There's somewhere. They are definitely somewhere. That's the trouble when you've got too much of everything and it's not well laid out, and you know you've got boxes and other alignments and everything, so yeah. Really done with my little tweezers, but for the love of God, I can't find them. Ain't filling the floor, I think. Nope. Sit next to the pledge. I'm afraid it's not. Six. Did obviously this is for my one, but I wanted to put this back. Oh, we are. Couldn't see them. They was hiding behind the bloody thing, see? Oh no. Right, that's better. And a family screwdriver, just what I need. We'll put one up there. Cool. Now we can put these back in. That can go back in. Oh no, it goes, yeah, I put that the wrong way. So that goes that way, that goes that way. So that is now done to that aspect. So all we can do now then is start swapping the keys over, which I really wanted to do to start with. But obviously I did not expect to get that done due to the fault. No, you're not going to fix it. Because I can't get the schematics. Now we know what's bad. Let's put that remote over there with the other one. Don't lose that, because that goes with the TV. Right, now I'm going to start the board transformation. So this is the board. That's the board I want to keep, but I want to take the keys out. So the best bit is just swap these over one by one. I'll have to just, and in that way I can see, because then it'll just go black to white. So back on that one, take that one off. Oh, hold up a minute, I've done that wrong. I'll put that up there for a minute. Do this. And then put this one on. And we'll put that one on there. Lovely. We can put the white one on that one. And swap it over. I think that's going to be the best bit I'm going to have to do, is just do what I've just done on here. Cool. So what we'll do, we'll gradually go through them, and then I could just swap it that way. So I won't need these. I'll take that one out. Take that one out. Put that one in here. And we can put that one in. That one can go in there. Cool. Well, that's interesting. These ones have got pins on, but the other ones didn't have pins on them, which is weird. It doesn't matter. Which so the black one don't have pins, but the white one does. Mr. Wormjeans. Lovely. Oh yeah, this ain't. This is. Oh fuck! The keys come off. What's fell off? That one. That one's fell off. Well, that was a good cover. Put it back underneath there. Forget about it. I don't know what happened here. One of the black keys just fell off. Let's put the simple mask back on that one. That should not have come off like that. Don't matter. Let's have a bite of one of my sarnies. Obviously, because the last time I forgot. Oh, Bronson's here. My guest. It's always at Bronson. That. Right, hold up a minute. I don't know if I hear that door slam a lot. It's the only thing living in a block of flats. Seven. Wow, got up. I'm privileged. Obviously, Speckturm stuff is. Oh no! What? Another key's come out. Crying out loud! No, it's not staying in. What? What does that mean? It's not staying in, Stuart. No, the bloody cap lock's not staying in. What? Hold up a minute. Hang on, Stu. Say it's got right here, my friend. What's going on here? God, these keys are right fucking manky, I tell you. Yeah, there you go. It doesn't make any sense. Just even taking these off is obviously fun and games. Yeah, she's should be at it soon. Who's that? Who's that, Stu? Oh, downstairs neighbour. Oh, oh yeah. I forgot. Yeah, I just realised what you said. Yeah, the one that just has everyone. Oh God, if you, I'm not being funny. She's not a pretty picture. She's obviously a junkie, right? And up front, so she has all these skagheads come in, and I've complained to the council, obviously, because it's causing, you know. Yeah, like last week, she had a row with one of her so-called boyfriends, and then that was it. It brought all the trouble at your doorstep. I blame the council. They shouldn't have all these skagheads keep coming in. There's such an housing crisis at the minute. There's genuine people waiting to get on the housing system, and they can have people like that living there. Yeah, it was just funny because of the look on your face to what you was doing on the live stream. A bit what? Yeah, bring the old. Yeah. You know what it is? It's because of you get so used to just doing things your own way. But yeah, I see what you mean. As soon as you mentioned that, it was her downstairs. I went, what? Oh yeah. And then I realised. I think, oh yeah, the old deadbolt banging on it. I'm surprised she ain't got no sexually transmitted diseases, that girl downstairs, I'm telling you. Some people have got no moral standards, none. But this is what happens to druggies. I blame the councils because it's to get on the housing system to wait for a property. Well, you know what I mean. They literally, and I'll blame them because they shouldn't allow them to come into the property. Yeah, it did make me laugh. It's just how I see what you mean now, yeah. Obviously that's actually quite funny. Yeah, this won't take 5 minutes. You think, yeah, we'll be alright. It's only, yeah, I only want to swap the keys over. Obviously, yeah, you can see how much more I've got to do. I went to do this the other night, but 8.5 hours stream. I didn't even know I was streaming that long. I thought it was only a couple of hours. Oh, Jesus. When you mentioned it was 8.5 hours, saying, what are you going for, the Guinness Book of Records? I didn't realise it was going that long. One of them epoxy keys has come out again. It's the same one. The cap lock. What the fucking hell is this? I've really pushed that in. Wow. Excuse me. It did make me laugh. Wait, what? It got to the point where, to be honest, I wasn't going to do any streaming. Obviously, I had a little bit of bullying on some of the chats, and I thought, really, am I wasting my time? I'm better off just doing things on my own, you know. Not in, but then with that, I mean, it's all right going down that route. I mean, like you said, it's hard. It's not easy. At the end of the day, I'm plagued with problems with one after the other. What with bloody OBS putting all the night, it ends up being. I'll tell you what, between me and you, it ends up being very expensive trying to learn to do streaming, because you've got to make content, right? Regardless to what type of content you want to go in for. Obviously, I've got tons. I've got loads. I've got far too much retro stuff, but I love it. It's one of my biggest passions that I've always grew up with. I'm just very fortunate at working at some form of charity that I can get my hands on this stuff, and I've raised so much money. It's unreal, like you said. But it does make good content at the end of it. But it's obviously it's also challenging, because you've got to keep it up. You can't just not. It's like broadcasting. But they want to see you. They want to see you broadcasting on a regular basis. At the end of the day, to me, I mean, you know, hopefully it'll come to an end, but it won't. Not straight away. I mean, obviously, people find things. They want entertainment. At the end of the day, but to actually go through and do all this entertainment, it comes at a price. But I do need the tools. But to actually, buy the tools and all the other bits, you think, bloody hell, I've not spent some money out. I mean, I used to get into my gaming, but even gaming's lost its bore. This is the reasons why I've never lost passion for retro. I think it's always been one of my biggest ambitions, is like you said, to actually have, it'd be great to have the community to get back. Obviously, we have, in the UK, they do have retro events once a year, but they're just too far out. I mean, all right, I know you can get a train, but then you can't do that in a day. Obviously, I'm down in the south region, so to get all the way up north, I'm looking at a train. Obviously, I've got to get into London, change at London, and then get a train all the way to go up north. Now, to do all that, all right, that would take about 40-minute journey to get into London, half hour, between 30 and 40 minutes, depending on time, to get up there. That takes roughly around about that. Then you've got to wait roughly around about another 30 to 40 minutes for your train, right? To get to the train, and it won't be one train. You've got to get a couple of trains to get up north. It's ridiculous. So the time you do your journey and set off, you've done a couple of hours. So you're going to be looking roughly around about 4-hour journey, give a 3 to 4 hour journey. Sounds about right on the train. You know, and you're thinking, right, well, that's 3 to 4 hours straight away to compensate for it. And them retro events are all day. They're there to about, they start roughly around about 10 o'clock, and they're there to roughly around about 6, half 5, about half 5, 6 o'clock. It sounds about right. Then it's going to take you another 3 to 4 hours getting back home. You'd be too knackered. The time you pay for your journey, the entrance fee to get in there, right, and then you're going to need money to go to, obviously, buy merchandise, because you're going to see stuff in there. You think, bloody hell, I need one of them, and they will charge full price. They're not stupid. They're there to make money at the end of the day. And these retro events these tickets get sold out. That's how popular they get. And these tickets can be anywhere up to roughly around about between 25 to 45 pound, depending what type of event you go to. Obviously, Crash not long had their retro event up north, but it was actually in an hotel. But if you wanted to stay in that hotel where the retro event was staying, it was £125 a night. Right, okay, £125 a night. That's just literally, that's not bed and breakfast. That's just boarding. So basically, that's just to sleep there for £125. You don't get no teas, coffees, or anything like that. You have to buy all that yourself. So now you're looking at £125. The retro event at the Crash Magazine event, the retro event we wanted, was £36 a ticket, right? So you're staying there, you're going to go for a day. Okay, fair enough. Time you end up staying there overnight, so obviously you're going to be, right, well, that's cost you £125, and that's another £35, plus the fee to actually get in, right, getting transportation up there, because obviously you're going to have to get for 2 days. So you'll get a return, which will be cheaper. So you'll have to go back obviously you have to go back when you finish on that front. Or go up there and then sleep over and then go back the next day. That might be the best bet, because then you can have a bit of a walk around and things like that. That wouldn't be so bad. But even so, whatever route you go down, 125 plus obviously the entrance fee, so it's 125, 35, 45, 155. You're looking at 160 quid before you've even touched anything, right? That's without getting up there, because obviously your fare is going to cost you more as well. The time you pay for your fare, you're now looking at roughly, it's going to be roughly around about what, 55 to 75 pound for a return fare, which sounds about right for what it is. So now you're looking at roughly around what, 225, right, to 230, right? That's without your eat. That's without spending money if you want to take anything. But even if you didn't scrap the spending money, if you just took eating wise, you're going to be looking roughly around about. So you look at 230, about 230, say 250, right? So give or take the 20 quid, but it's going to cost you more than that, trust me. So you're looking at 2.5 roughly before you've even touched anything else. That's a lot. That's a lot to spend for a weekend's event. To thinking, bloody hell, you know. I don't think I can. You can't just go spend £250 out to spend one night up there, and you're coming back the next day. For that type of money, you can probably get a decent away break for 250 quid. So these retro events ain't cheap. This is what I'm saying. They always tend to put them up north. They always do. They always tend to put them up north. They won't put them anywhere else. They always tend to be all the way out near Manchester. I wanted to do one of the what they call one of the all top arcade places. You pay once, you go in there, you spend a day, and they've got every single arcade that you can play on, and it's all free play, which is about 20 quid. But again, up north, you know, they're too far away for people that can't think in, bloody hell, I can't do that. It's just, you know, it's right if you're not far from that sort of area. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh. Sorry, Bronson. You farted though, you stumped me out. Unbelievable. Glad I kept that for a breeze nearby. I needed it. I can't believe Mr. Rockhell's pulled that off. Wow. I was trying to look for that. They are lovely soft rolls. Absolutely banging. Right, Bonson, there ain't no more, right? The soft rolls are now gone. Always wants the rolls. That big old grouper. You better not glue me up. I know what you like with your glue. Your glue's terrible. Bad bottom. Big old grouper. He's one big softie. Bronzy. Bronzy. What are you doing up there? These daddies. Stinky. Stinky Winky. Is it Stinky Winky? Ah, Mr. Stinky Winky. It glues you, Dad. Yeah. Thanks, Ponce. It glued me up. Let's just take the box out. I'll give you a bone for crying out loud, Ponce. Yeah, one little monkey one. Yeah. Yes, you can have one of these. That was lovely. That I enjoyed. That sandwich is beautiful. This is another Mr. Chris. I'm going to give him one of these treats. One of my friends brought over a Christmas present for Bronson, so he can have his. Wait, Bronson, wait. Yeah, I know. I can't open it. Oh, yeah. I'll open it up a little bit. Yeah. Wait, now I've got to get scissors. I broke it now. Oh, God. I'll have to use my teeth. I can't find them. Yeah. I ain't got many peaks left. Wait a minute. Jesus, look at the size of that. Right. Now, Mr. Bronze. Now, obviously, Mr. Bronze has to, he's dribbling, right? So, stop your dribbling, mister. Right? And take it in. Just take it, Bronze. That's gone. It's a right terror is. Don't wait. Don't bloody wait. Hello, mate. Yeah, not too bad. Just streaming at the moment. Yeah, could do. Yeah, don't mind. What today? Yeah. I'm not 100% sure. I've started on this Speckturm, so it's gonna take me a little while to do. So, yes, yesterday I was streaming for about 8.5 hours. I think it's my Guinness Book of Records. Obviously, didn't finish about 10:30.
Oh, okay, mate. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do then. What time do you go around your mum's tomorrow?
It's normally in the mornings. I normally get back. Normally about dinner time.
Oh, all right. You going shopping tomorrow? You and Mum?
What's tomorrow?
Thursday, innit?
Yeah, Thursday. Yeah, I normally get shopping day Thursdays for me, Neil. What? Yeah.
What do you want to? Not free. You won't be free tomorrow.
Well, I won't get back to about dinner time.
What's that? About 12.
About 12, give or take.
All right. I'll give you a call in the morning then, John. Let you know what's happening, eh?
All right, mate. No worries.
Oh, sorry, mate.
Sorry, mate. Right. Bodson, you ain't eating that quick. Jesus H. Christ, he swallowed that. That dog is an ant, I'm telling you. Right, take that one off. That is obviously got to go. On the white one's got to go on the black one. Mr. Bronze. He's a bit of a troublemaker, that Mr. Bronze. Oh, for crying out there, dear. That's it. Thanks, Mr. Bronze. You've made a mess down here, boy. No surprise. No surprise at all. What's all that? Oh, yeah, you dropped that. Yeah, I don't know what that was. That was something unpleasant. Why is that one all stiff? Oh, God. What's happened, mate? It's the only thing, see? Start swapping things over. Now that's really stiff for some reason. I'll have to address that. Right, we can plug that one in there. These keyboards are filthy. Oh no, that one's just fell off in my hand. I can feel it. Great, lovely. Now what was that that's just fell off? That one. Wow. It's a bloody nightmare because trying to keep these on. They're like poppets. You have to pop them on. Obviously that one's fine, but this one is sticky. I bet if I put a little bit of IPA down that shaft. It shouldn't be sticking like that. Just feels like they're sticking too much. Right, I'll take that one out. Swapping that one over. Let's see what happens when I put the white one and the black one. Cool, leave that one on there. Down to 5. Goes up, it goes down. So it's obviously lurkers popping in, popping out. Oh no. What's happened here? Bloody graph. There's the graph one fell out. No, graphs one fell out again. Crying out loud, the graph. Because Mr. NK's in, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Oh no, what was that? Saints just fell on the floor. I've got to watch the dog because he tends to eat everything. Yeah, I found a cat. Let me double check. Let's have a look. Brave.
These motherboards aren't super.
Yeah, everyone's on Mr. MK's called, which I already knew that was going to be the case. But don't drink no more water, otherwise you're going to want to go down for a toilet. Mr. Retro 6 is doing a Mega Drive with a thing on that front.
You have like this dome that you took off.
Yeah, Rock Cows is moved over, I think. Swindon, yeah, as I thought, everyone's on the stream. Official.
Butt buttons. MX Cherry Red. Yes.
What's he repairing today? He's doing an Xbox One, repairing an Xbox One dirty.
Your skin was made for MX.
I think it's all part of one of the controllers he's actually repairing. So, yeah. I thought that was the case. I thought it was quite. Normally, everyone likes jumping on. It's certain streams, everyone likes to go to certain streams, and that's why I don't like streaming when there's others on. Obviously, because you're going to get confliction. At front. Yes, yes indeed. Well, Any odd bunts? What on earth are you doing, boy? Sort of getting there. I knew this was going to be a painstakingly long process to do. This wasn't going to be a 5-minute. Right. Oh. Nearly put that back. Nearly the wrong one. So Mr. MK. I like Mr. MK, he cracks me up. Swapping that one over. Take it off, put this one on. Oh. Hold up a minute, why aren't you going in? Come on. Yeah, now you want to. There you go. not even halfway done. Jesus, this takes forever. Oh, back keys just come out. Nice. That works out well. Neck ache. Three, where to put that one? It's gone down to 3. I think I might actually end the stream because it's obviously not hardly any people watching, which makes sense because everyone's on MKs. I might call this one a day, and I can work off this offline then, and I can watch. Because it obviously don't make sense to have 2 streams and it just conflict. I'll put this on. I think I might do that. Continue work on this offline. Right, I think I'm going to leave it there and I'll work on this offline. It's hardly anyone on. Right, my friends, I'm going to leave you where it is and we see you another time. So, the last 3, thanks for joining. Catch you guys later.